mic over. It's the last thing we forgot, but we should be live now. Very excited for today, actually. We're going to switch it up. Last time we went live, just to make sure we're good on YouTube and everything. Last time we went live, I was saying, I haven't played WoW in a little bit, and, WoW was, my main game. And Dennis made a very good comment. And he said, don't forget your roots. And I haven't stopped thinking about the way he said that. Dennis has a lot of wise things. But last time we went live, I see it still says Spiritborn. We got to change the name really quick. Jesus Christ. It's funny because it keeps changing it back. This is a new OBS I'm dealing with, which, I don't mind. It's cool. I just got to quickly change the name because it says I'm streaming WoW, but I think the name still says Spiritborn. It does it on YouTube. Yeah, I got to change the YouTube name. That's weird that Twitch changed it, but YouTube didn't. Interesting. Okay, I'm just going to quickly change it on YouTube if I can. Change it on the fly. If not, no problem. Let's just quickly see if we can do it through the computer. And I'll have to figure out why that happened, because it didn't carry over from Twitch, which it normally does. I just don't want people to think that we're playing Diablo if we're not. So I'll quickly... We can maybe edit video on the fly. Can we do it? I think we can. And save, and I think that should work. I think we're good now. Cool. Let's see. Close the page, reopen it. Yep, we're good. Awesome. Let's get into it. Okay, so in short, I'm excited for some WoW. Should make sure my sound's working and everything as well, actually. I know there's no desktop audio. We're going to fix that in a second. Honestly, I'm a psycho and I play WoW with sound off sometimes. It's just because, it's literally as, simple as, some classes when you play... And I think you turn this off now too, but it's I need more mana. I can't cast that yet. I need more mana. I cannot cast that yet. It's okay, I don't want to hear this anymore. When you play for 20 hours a day, it just gets annoying. The music is banger. Anyways, Season of Discovery. I want to try it again. I know a new patch came out very recently, and it just looks like fun. I'm getting sick of Classic. We'll do a quick rant before we get into the game. The reason why I'm getting sick of Classic already is because the community stinks. And what I mean by that is When Classic first came out, the first iteration, back in 2002 or whenever it was a lot of fun. And the community was very nostalgic, and it felt like... Yeah, I have to end earlier today. I don't normally start at this time, but we're starting earlier because I need to end earlier. So I was hoping if I started at 1, I could still try to get 3 hours in if I'm lucky, and otherwise I would have to end it around 4:30ish, and if I started at 3, it'd be an hour and a half stream or whatever. Normally I try to start later, but today's a bit of an exception. Anyways, when I played Classic back in 2002, whenever it first came out, it was really exciting. I really enjoyed it, but it was nostalgic. It was the little things. What makes Classic so much better than retail, in my opinion, I play both, but what I really liked about Classic when it first came out is it had that old school feel of when you were running in Elwynn Forest and you passed a mage, the mage would just throw a buff on you. The druid would throw a buff on you. And you'd wave to people, little things like that. There were so many people doing quests at the time that there were people actually waiting in line to be respectful to the other people so you wouldn't steal kills. This iteration of Classic, the season anniversary of Classic, it brought in a lot of retail Andes. And it sucks because the retail mentality is min-maxing the fun out of everything. And I don't mean to complain, but the amount of just shitty attitudes and GDKP, which is supposedly banned, and soft reserve culture, reserve culture just sucks. I understand you want stuff and you're entitled to reserve stuff if you want, but it's just the norm now, and that was never the norm when I used to play Classic WoW. So the reason why I want to play Season of Discovery is Classic isn't what I wanted it to be. So screw it. I'm just getting tired of it. So let's try Season of Discovery because I don't know much about it. This is my highest level character, is level 25. This is from the first iteration. When Season of Discovery first came out, I believe 25 was the cap. Now I believe it's 60, I think, and there's so much. So we're going to start fresh. I don't know a whole lot about it. I thought it would be fun to do it on stream. We can level a hunter, and I can sort of relive that Classic experience. My whole excitement of playing Classic is just leveling a hunter and getting Rockdalar. It's my favorite weapon in the game. I've done it 3 or 4 times, and I wanted to do it this time on Classic as well. My hunter already has the Sinew from Onyxia, but I'm just losing motivation. Every group I'm in is just people bickering and fighting, and I'm just I don't care. I don't want to deal with this. So we're gonna level a hunter in Season of Discovery and get the Rock-Dalar because it seems like classic with a twist. So it'll be a little bit fun, and I bet the community will be a little bit cooler. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling Season of Discovery will be a lot more chill than the sweats in classic. Let's get into it. So this is a fresh character. I didn't even make him yet. Like, he's not even made. What's cool is, though, I got the name Tism, which is sick, because that's the name of my other hunter, but I have, like, a special accent over the I, because someone took the original name. But here, I got the actual name spelled properly, and everybody calls them Huntards. So I'm like, why not? You sort of lean into the joke, you know, calling the hunter Tism, that way it's like, we got a touch of the Tism? I'm a hunter, what do you think? Right? I don't know. If the sound's not good or anything, let me know. I can turn it up or whatever. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Season of Discovery, to be fair, I'm not even entirely familiar with it myself, but my understanding of Season of Discovery, and I only played it for a short period on my Warlock, it's classic with a twist, where it's classic, all the same dungeons. They've made a few dungeons raids, but more or less it's classic. The core of the gameplay is classic, with some added bonuses, with some quality of life changes, with some gimmicky stuff that makes it feel fresher and different and fun and exciting. And it's not about. I remember the devs said this. You're not wrong, Torin. Like, literally nothing has changed. Nothing's changed. Hunters have always been that, but they're such a fun class to play. But Season of Discovery is. I remember when they first designed it, they said it's not about balancing. We don't care if it's balanced. This version of WoW is not about balancing. This version of WoW is about having fun. And I thought that's a great mentality. Because balancing stinks, who cares? I don't care if, like, the Warlock is doing twice as much DPS as me. I'm not raiding in a world first raiding guild, so I'm not going to get removed from a group because hunters don't perform as well as warlocks. Any group that I'll be a part of will just be a chill group anyways. So I'm hoping that because of the type of game this is, it's not about balance, this is about fun. I'm hoping the average player base will be cool and chill and, like, you know, just have fun. Is this our first rune already? Rune Broker. Is there a guy that just sells runes now? Are you kidding? Please note, purchasing runes from this vendor may cause some original rune acquisition methods to not work as intended. We hope you have lots of fun with these new powers, and that you make leveling up new characters in Season Discovery fresh and exciting experience. So we're not going to use this. I don't want to do this. I didn't know you could just cheat and get the runes right there. When I first played, so this is why it was so exciting. When I first played Season of Discovery, I played it on my Warlock. Like, I was thinking today, hypothetically, if I were to, we're just going to start, like, powering through the quests as we talk. When if I was thinking today, like, if I had to pick one class that, like, I identified as, like, my main class, what would that be? And the first class I ever made was a druid, then a hunter. The hunter was the highest level class I ever got. And then Burning Crusade came out, and then I leveled a rogue, a Blood Elf rogue, and that rogue was my first raiding class, was the rogue. And then as I started getting better at the game and understanding the game a lot better, because even when I was raiding on my rogue, I still didn't really understand a lot of, like, the intricacies of the game. As I started developing a greater understanding for the intricacies of the game, of, like, stats and hit cap and all that stuff, because they were letting me raid without hit cap and stuff. I was, like, a young kid. I was, you know, in high school or whatever. But as I started learning more about it, I eventually switched to a Warlock, and that's where I sort of stayed pretty much forever, including, like, today. I'm still, like, so my point is, like, long-winded way of saying, I guess my main class would be, like, a Warlock. So when I played Season of Discovery the first time, I played a Warlock because I was excited for Demon Form. Because when I played a Warlock back in Cataclysm, they had Demon Form, and Demon Form was the coolest thing for a Warlock. I loved it so much, and then they took it away from us and they gave it to Demon Hunters, and that stung. So in Season of Discovery, you could be a Demon Form Warlock, and you could tank as Warlocks. So when it first came out, I rushed to level my Warlock, and it was me and a bunch of Warlocks in the Discord trying to figure out how do you get this Demon Form. And, like, it was fun to be on the cutting edge of that, because I did it just as everyone else was doing it, and we were all, it was a bunch of Warlocks running around all of the same places trying to figure it out at the same time, and it was fun. But then I quit shortly after, because I'm like, it's just not for me, it's too all over the place, I don't quite get it, like, I'd rather just play, I think when Season of Discovery first came out, I think there was new content in retail as well or something, and I was more interested in that. or I was preparing for the X Pack. It was something like that. So I played for like a few weeks, not even, and then I quit, and I haven't touched it since. And so many patches, so many raids. Sunken Temple is a raid. I think Karazhan is a raid now or something. I don't know. So I'm really excited to see it all. I logged on once for like a second, and it was like insane. Taking demon form away was so insane. Hey, I am a demon hunter, so I turned into a demon. Dude, you're not wrong. That was the dumbest thing to me. I hated it so much. It burned so bad because it was so iconic for warlocks to turn into a demon. And furthermore, after they took it away, in Mists of Pandaria, during the Green Fire quest, which I loved, that quest, that was so much fun. Ebenlock, I don't remember his name, something, Ebenlock or Ebenlock, his name was. He turned into a green demon. So it was demon form, but it was green. And it's like, man, is that what we could have had? Because when we have green fire, all of our fire spells turn green. It's like, were they planning on giving us like a green demon form if they didn't take it away from us? Because that would have just like, I would have been a warlock main forever. That's like the coolest thing in the world. But yeah, they took it away. I was really depressed about that. But anyways, long-winded way. Excited to play Season of Discovery. It's got all the fun of Classic with like a little bit of a faster leveling, and I would imagine a little bit of a better community. We just leveled and we've done absolutely nothing. Holy shit, man! Gold earned from quests increased by 300%. Experience gained from quests by 150. Wow. So I think we're gonna level a lot of alts here. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was happening right now. I don't know how long that buff lasts, but we're gonna take advantage of that because like in Classic, I would love to level. I've never tried a warrior. I've never tried a priest. I've never even leveled a warlock in Classic. I'm leveling one right now, but I started playing Locke. Maybe in Wrath of the Lich King, maybe the end of Wrath of the Lich King is when I started playing warlock. So I never got to experience it in Classic. So I was gonna level it in Classic, but maybe we'll do it in Season of Discovery because with the leveling bonus and the gold bonus, I still get to experience all the old zones. I still get to experience Shimmering Flats and Onyxia and Molten Core, but it's faster and a little bit easier. But I shouldn't have more. Okay, so here's my issue. I have my favorite mug. I do have coffee. I can't do cold brew again. My god, dude, it was so good, but it kicked my ass. It was... I need to either develop a better tolerance for the caffeine, or I need to like dilute it more because, and I notice this happens often, like with some cold brews, some places I get it. Not iced coffee as much as cold brew. When I have iced coffee, it doesn't seem to affect me as much, but cold brew's concentrated. So I think it's a higher like caffeine per like dose or whatever. And I'm super sensitive to it. So I gotta find a way to dilute it more so I can drink it more often. Because goddamn, man, it was so good, but I give myself such bad shakes, it's not even funny. It's crazy. This guy's name is Shamuel Jackson. That's a great name. Instead of Samuel Jackson. Yeah, but so this is, just so you guys know, like this is what I'm like obsessing over. Like literally obsessing. I'm leveling this hunter solely for this because I'm a psycho. Hold on. Domo, right here. This. All for this. Not even the bow. The bow looks cool. Bow ain't as cool as the staff, man. This is the coolest weapon, in my opinion, in the game. I love the green glow. It is just so iconic for hunters. Every time Classic comes out, I have to level a hunter just so I can do this quest again and get this item. I love it so much. The bow is sick too. But, man, that staff. And I don't even know if I say it right. Lokdalar. I call it Rockdalar. It's Lokdalar. That's Rockdalar. See, there's a difference. So, okay. Oh, man. I think everybody has that one weapon they just want or like, that armor set. Like, hey! We got our first rune! Explosive Shot. Sick. Explosive Shot is definitely not in it's definitely not in Classic, but that's crazy OP. We already got Explosive Shot. That's insane, dude. Wow, that's fun right off the bat. Try 3-1. I'll try that tomorrow, or maybe even tonight. Honestly, it's probably gonna be a late night. I don't even have gloves yet. This goes in the gloves. Yeah, gloves. I'll have to try it tonight. I was amazed with how idiot-proof it is. Unless I got lucky. I don't know. Well, what I'm talking about is Torin, who's very kind, who's in chat right now. He surprised me with something called the Toddy. Is that how you pronounce it? Toddy? And it's a extraction device for cold brew or tea, I guess. I believe he said it's what like Starbucks uses. When I looked at the thing, it said like this technology's been used for like since the 60s. Like that's how like old this thing is. But it's incredible. I've tried making cold brew so many times, and it's always bad. And I sort of gave up because it uses so many beans, it takes so long, and I just got discouraged. And the first time using this machine, following the instructions, it came out, in my opinion, as good as Starbucks. It tasted just like it. I could not believe it. I was so stunned because I was worried yesterday. I'm like, shit, did I grind it too much? Is it too fine? And the book's like, you don't have to worry as much about grinding if you use the bag. It's a little bit more tolerant to like different grind sizes. And I know you said that too, Torin. The Toddy cold brew system, that's what it's called. But I was like, shit, I hope I didn't waste all this coffee. I ground it too fine. I hope it's going to turn out right. It's not over extracted. It was perfect. I couldn't believe how perfect it is. So I wrote down everything I did, and I'm just going to recreate it. And I'm stunned. I'm stunned at how one-to-one it actually tastes like going into Starbucks. It's like, I feel like if more people knew about this, Starbucks would go out of business. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy because if you like, I haven't had McDonald's in like a million years. Although once in a while I do crave it. Like, I'm not against McDonald's. I don't know. I haven't been, but I do like their French fries. In the summer I'll walk there, like, 'cause there's always a McDonald's somewhere near you, wherever you are. And I'll walk there and I'll get like an iced coffee for like $1, and then I'll get like a small fries. And I just love I love their salty fries, especially when they're hot and fresh. I feel like if you Uber Eats it, it's never good. If you take it home, it's never good. You have to eat it right when you get it. And when it's like hot and like really, really piping hot, I feel like it's really good. But if you wanted to recreate McDonald's fries at home, I feel like you could just never do it. I don't know why. And that's not just McDonald's French fries. A lot of things. You try something at a restaurant or somewhere else, and you're like, I want to recreate this how they do it, and you get close, but it's never like a direct one-to-one. It's always like there's something proprietary they're using. It's an easy word for me to say. That it's always like you're just off from exactly how it tastes there. But this iced coffee was a one-to-one. I am still talking about it because I'm so stunned at how well it worked. I know I'm going on and on about iced coffee or cold brew, but never in my life would I have expected that I could do something. It's like my favorite food if you consider cold brew food. I like it more than anything else. It's crazy. That's why I'm so going on about it. I can't believe it. It's just so exciting. We got gloves, so we can use our first rune. We leveled up. Dude, we've done nothing. We're level 4. What is going on? This is crazy, man. This is nuts. We're leveling so fast. I can't believe it.
From your description of the beast, I believe you must be speaking of Sarkov. It is no wonder that Hanazuba was overtaken by it.
I'm sorry, I read quests, but I figured today let's just power through it and catch up to people because I'm so far behind in Season of Discovery. So, I use this. You right-click it? How's it work? You just click this? Like that. Interesting. It's like an enchant. And then we have... Let's put it there. You know what? Let's put it there. I don't think I need to melee. So look at these guys. These guys are just getting all the runes. They're not even doing the rune quests. So that's cool that you can do that. Maybe for an alt. That's fun. If I make another hunter on Alliance, maybe we'll do that. But I want to experience how it was intended to find all the runes. I think that's really exciting. To I just stumbled on one. I didn't know I was getting it there. That was dumb luck. What's funny is I did level a hunter, Night Elf Hunter, when this first came out, but she's level 17, and I had I had a whole bunch of random runes and stuff. What is this? Chimera Shot. There was a bunch of runes that I was missing on my hunter when I leveled her, and I still there's a whole bunch that I skipped because I didn't know what was going on. So a lot of this is new to me, even though my hunter's 18, because I just leveled her like it was classic. I didn't do a lot of this stuff I was supposed to do. A hunter draws strength from their connection to the natural world. Not long ago, another fledgling hunter sadly failed in this. He went out to hunt scorpids, but never returned. He was experimenting with engraving mystical runes onto his equipment to improve his combat prowess. Find his rune among the scorpids nearby and return when you have learned its secrets. And you get Scorpid Sting? Engrave your gloves with the Chimera Shot rune. Not Scorpid Sting, Chimera Shot. Targeting... Triggering effects. Serpent Sting deals 48% damage done by your Serpent Sting. Viper Sting, Scorpid Sting. Scorpid Sting attempts to disarm the target for 10 seconds. That's crazy. Wow. Instantly restores mana equal to 60% of the total drained. Wow, that's nuts. That's new. So I think that was like Viper Sting or something. That would I think Viper Sting drains mana, but it never returned mana to you. But I guess this version of Season of Discovery returns mana to you. And I feel like I'm really gonna like this. I feel like I'm really gonna like Season of Discovery because it's so gimmicky and silly, and that's what I miss from WoW. Like everything's getting too serious and min-maxed, and I just want to have fun.
But they're always taking naps. I need some
Cold brew is just room temp or cold infusion. It is simple. Big thing with the toddy is just the filtration it uses, plus the ease of use with their draining. Fair.
smack will get them right.
In fairness, I did get I got coffee beans all over. I got coffee beans all over my counter this morning. It was a mess, but that was entirely my fault. I mishandled the bag and it spilled out a little bit at the top, and that was my fault. But I've learned my lesson. You know, I only got to learn it once. Did I not learn anything from that? There's got to be. I got to learn skills from the trainer. I don't have Scorpion Sting yet. I feel like I can get Scorpion Sting. Yeah, but this is just like. This just seems like a lot of fun. I bet this will be a blast. And if we have this buff, like, I wanted to try Warrior and Rogue in Classic, because they look like a lot of fun. I've been watching a lot of OnlyFans, and watching all the Warriors play, it's like, man, they look like they'd be a blast to play. But it's a freaking commitment, man. Like, leveling a character in Classic takes a long time. But this is a lot faster, so if we can just do it here and still get the Classic experience, then that works for me. I just gotta find somewhere to sell stuff. I thought there was a vendor around here somewhere. So I could sell this stuff, so I could train. Shaman trainer. There's got to be a vendor. Right there. That's cool. So, like, this is a cool idea if you've already leveled a character. So, like, if I level an Undead Warrior and then I want to re-level a Gnome Warrior, then maybe we'll use that for the second time around. But for the first time, I think discovering the runes, at least for me, is part of the excitement. I see that's a rune broker. I didn't even know it was on your mini-map like this. The runes, but that's cool. Yeah, so I didn't know that cold brew is just like the infusion thing. I thought it was like more of a concentrated drink as well. Something I do really appreciate about cold brew though is I have like a GERD, I guess GERD, like a gastrointestinal reflux disorder, or whatever the hell it stands for, which a lot of people have. But like my point is, like when you eat very acidic stuff or drink acidic stuff, sometimes you like suffer a little bit more. But cold brew, the reason why I originally drank it is because it didn't affect me the same way. It allowed me to like not have that reflux as bad as like hot coffee does. So it's wonderful to be able to now sort of transition from hot coffee in the morning to cold brew all the time. It's just like improves my quality of life even more, I suppose. Let's see how interesting. That explosion is crazy. That's so silly. Explosive shot is absolutely insane. At this level, that's absolutely insane. I'm excited to try my Warlock again, and level him up more. I think the cap is 60. I don't know for sure, but we'll level this Hunter up first, and maybe I'll touch the Warlock after, because at least I'll be able to learn a little bit more about how these systems work from level 1. I feel like if I go back to my Warlock, like this damage is just ridiculous. I feel like if I go back to my Warlock without knowing, I think there's been like 2 or 3 patches or updates of Season of Discovery since my Warlock. So I'll jump into it, it'll be just overwhelming. It's too much. So at least if I level up and slowly get introduced to the new systems, when I enter the Warlock again, I'll have a greater understanding of what's going on. Because I logged into him for a second, and it legit looks like retail. Like, it was crazy. The mounts, there were a million different glowing mounts, all kinds of crazy armor sets I've never seen before, a billion people walking around with, like, Thunder Fury. It's crazy, dude. It's absolutely insane. Like, in the best way possible, I mean. Like, Season of Discovery really seems like, in my opinion, the opposite of Plunderstorm. Yes, that's true about the French press, definitely. Hey, we got a rune! Rune of Chimera Shot. Sick! Okay, is that the quest? So that's a different quest. I thought the Chimera Shot you got instead, I thought the Chimera Shot was a reward for the 10 scorpion tails, but I guess not. You're working, so I don't think I can hit you. No. You gotta be sleeping. Yeah, so we leveled a troll because normally I do night elf hunters in classic, but let's switch it up. The hunter that I was leveling in classic this time in the anniversary one was a troll, and I've never leveled a troll hunter before, so I'm like, if we're not gonna, I don't know if I'm gonna keep going on classic, so I'll replace him 1-to-1, so at least I could still have a troll and cool looking armor with a Rockdalar. My biggest issue that I've noticed, besides the terrible flavor, with making my own cold brew at home when I was using like mason jars and stuff, is that it always the texture was never filtered properly. I tried to use cheesecloth and other kinds of filters. I tried to use coffee filters, like for hot coffee. It always tasted like shit. It was gritty and chalky and muddy, and it was thick. It just didn't taste good. But this, it's a clean cup. I guess the double filtration removes enough of the oil where it doesn't have that mouthfeel that I don't like, but it still has like a full, robust like body to it when you drink it. And I'm just really impressed. I'm really impressed with this, with Toddy cold brew system. And obviously we're not sponsored. We got like what do we have, like 10 viewers, right? We don't have any sponsors. This is just me really impressed with the product. We're level 5. Like, this is insane. I can't believe how fast we're leveling. This is so much fun. Because, like, leveling is fun, but in my opinion, getting in the nitty-gritty, getting in raiding, getting into Strathalome and Scholomance and Blackrock Depths, you know, that's real fun for me. Everybody says that I believe level 42 is the halfway point as far as experience goes in WoW. But it's so funny because it never felt like that to me. It always feels like I struggle the most at level 30. But 1 to like 45 or even 50 seems to take way longer. Once I get even from 40 beyond, it seems like the pace picks up so much and I level so much faster. And supposedly it's much longer, or it's the same amount. I believe 1 to 42 is the same as 42 to 60 or something as far as XP goes. Something like that. But 42 to 60 always seems half the time that 1 to 42 takes for me. Maybe it's just because I enjoy it more, I don't know. But having a large array of abilities, having better armor, not being crippled by like things like lack of gold and stuff like that, it always seems to make it go smoother, and I'm able to just like level really fast. I know the end game zones much better than I know these zones, and my survivability goes up tremendously for whatever reason. I don't know why that is. And I never liked French press, Torin, just to answer your, or to, you know, I don't know, I tried it so many times, but nope, that's actually better, right? Oh no, that was better. Yeah. French press seems like such an easy method for making coffee, but it always tasted very like thick and muddy to me, so I never really liked it. I like a cleaner cup. This is nuts how fast we're leveling. We're almost halfway to like 6 already. Like, Jesus. I wonder what level we're going to be by the end of stream. That's crazy. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm curious if we can hit level 20 today. That's insane. If leveling is that fast, then maybe it'll slow down after like a certain point. But like, if we can play for a few hours and hit 20, that's absolutely insane. Yeah, the metal filters. I noticed that as well. It's like, what do they call it? Cowboy coffee? When you pour just the grounds in the bottom of the cup and stir it. It sort of tastes like what I would imagine like cowboy coffee would taste like. So here's my question. Maybe you'll have an answer to this. How come espresso doesn't taste like that? Because espresso doesn't it have a is there a filter with espresso? I didn't think there was, or is there? Espresso always tastes so clean to me. It's so full of flavor, but it doesn't taste like gritty or muddy or thick. It just tastes good. It tastes like a clean cup of very flavorful, full-bodied coffee. But no, it doesn't have that like mouth grit that like French presses have. man, my mind is just going a million places at once with like all the characters we can make. So many cool classes we could play. Because leveling is so fast, I'm motivated to do it. I'm leveling a mage now in classic just to supplement gold, honestly. That's like sort of what classic is like. Is like gold is so hard to come by on some classes that it's almost better to level a mage just so you could print gold. Because mages are just so damn good at farming. And it's a bit painful leveling the mage right now just because it's such a grind and I don't love it. But I feel like it would be easier to do here. What's actually interesting is I made a video a few days ago maybe about Plunderstorm. How I didn't think it was a huge success because locking a mount behind having to do Plunderstorm I think makes it a bad experience for everyone, unfortunately, because the people that are playing Plunderstorm to enjoy it are just playing it whether there's rewards or not. They just want to play it because they enjoy it. And the people that only want the mount are playing it just so they could get the mount and so they could leave. And I said, like, it sucks for both parties because the people that just want the mount don't want to be there. The people that want to be there really don't want to play with these people that don't want to be there because the people that don't want to be there are just trying to min-max rewards, not min-max fun. And often that involves not even playing against other players. Often, in order to get the mount, the fastest way to do it is do your daily objective, kill yourself, go again, which often doesn't even involve fighting with other players. And a lot of people that enjoy Plunderstorm were complaining about that, saying, like, you should ban this. It's like, instead of banning the players for trying to min-max getting the mount, you should just remove the rewards tied to Plunderstorm, or make it just one game, meaning you get the mount after one game, so that people can get in, get out as fast as possible. Because forcing people to do something they don't want to do is just going to sour the experience for the people that don't want to do it and the people that want to do it. And after making that video, I had a few people like that agreed. And interestingly enough, I think it was Zaryu, who's a very famous streamer. He was saying that, I thought it was Zaryu, it could have been someone else, but someone that plays Plunderstorm, a very high-level PvP, a well-respected PvPer. They said that it's tough to queue now. Not many people are queuing for it anymore. It only came out like last week or something. And he was saying the queues are already much longer than they should be, and it sucks because it takes so long to queue because no one's queuing for it, which, in my opinion, sort of doubles down on the idea that as soon as people get the mount, they just leave. They don't want to do it anymore. And you shouldn't force people to do it because now people like Zaryu who want to do it, they can't because the queue times are just taking forever. So I guess I think if you don't associate the rewards with it, we're level 6 already. This is crazy. If you take away the rewards and it's only for people that want to play Plunderstorm, then I think you can make it a smaller pool. It doesn't have to be 50 players or 40 players. You can make it like 20. And it will be less players overall, but it'll also be faster queue times. I think it's 50 players because everybody rushes to get the mount. So you need to make bigger pools of players before you start the game so more people can queue at the same time. But if you eliminate that mount group and it's just people that want to play Plunderstorm, it'll probably be a smaller community, but then you can also adjust the amount of players required for a match so you could have faster queue times. And I feel like everybody wins if you do that. Turkish coffee keeps the grounds in it, but it's crazy fine grounds. The portafilter in the espresso has very fine holes in it. Also, the gaps between holes and pressure compress the grounds. Oh, so you don't get grounds in your coffee, and that's why it's like a cleaner cup. Which ones look cooler? The ones I have look cooler. We're gonna sell these because mine look cooler. Bro, I can't learn all these abilities. This is insane. So, we're gonna pick Hunter's Mark and Serpent Sting for now, because I can't learn Arcane Shot yet. We'll use that axe. So something that has not changed from Classic, and this is what's fun about it, is you still have to struggle a little bit for gold, for arrows, for stuff like that, which I don't mind. That's sort of fun. It makes it feel exciting when you get gold and you get items, stuff like that, right? So, maybe we can hand this quest and get more rewards. what I like most about Classic isn't even the grind. It's that during Cataclysm, a lot of the zones were taken away. You can't get the Rock Dalar in retail anymore. They took it away because they changed stuff. It sucks. I hate that they did that. I don't understand that. I don't know. Molten Core still exists in Cataclysm. So why did you take away the Rock Dalar? I guess because Onyxia. I guess because Onyxia got changed. But like, can't you give us like a time walking thing so like we can do old Onyxia for the transmog? Like it just sucks. I don't know. So that's why I like playing Classic, because like there are zones that don't look the same anymore in retail, and I can't experience those zones unless I play Classic. That's the main reason why I play Classic. It's I like the geography of the old map. I like the lore, some of the stories, some of the older quests I can't do anymore. It's not really for like the dungeons as much as it is for some of the rewards and some of the older quests and stuff, which is just nostalgic and fun, and some I haven't even done. So it's new to me and exciting. So that's sort of why. What was I going to do though? Oh yes, we're going to increase our action bars. Yes, like that. And then we can put Grats Buddy. We can take our Hunter's Mark and throw it right there. Perfect. And there you go. So this Rock Dalar quest has got to be so easy to do in Season of Discovery. Having things like Explosive Shot is insane. Or like Chimera Shot, that's crazy. Like I can't imagine how much easier like all these quests must be in Season of Discovery compared to Classic. Just because you have all these special abilities now. Yeah, man. I have a good drive to work. Those on Twitch don't know who I'm talking to. I'm live on YouTube as well. So some people join YouTube, some people join Twitch. Originally, I was just going to go live on Twitch, but then OBS allowed for... I normally upload videos to YouTube. That's where I uploaded my Plunderstorm video to YouTube. But OBS allows me to multi-stream. And because I'm not a partner, I believe if you're like partnered or whatever it is, like I don't think you can multi-stream or something along those lines, I thought. But because like I'm just... it's a hobby. I can do whatever I want. So I said, why not try to give the option to as many people as possible to watch wherever they want to watch. And I find it's actually quite difficult to grow on Twitch. Or maybe I'm just uneducated on how you do it. But yeah, I found that YouTube really doing the same thing on both YouTube and Twitch. YouTube just generally seems to allow more people to find the video than Twitch does. I don't know if that's an algorithm thing or what it is. It is what it is, but the reason why still it's like, why not just do YouTube then? If YouTube's like seems a little more successful, honestly, because I love Twitch culture. That's really what it is. I love Twitch way more than I love YouTube. Twitch culture is so much fun. I love the emotes and just like the memes that came out of Twitch, right? Like he's right, like all those like, I love all those like memes or those emotes, and that's why like. It's the whole reason why I'm doing this. It's just fun to just be a part of something like that, I guess. I don't know. I could be wrong. I feel like my friends think I'm such a degen because like I follow Twitch so closely. My friends are sending me political stuff all day long. Stuff going on in the States and Canada and I'm like, I'm just sitting here watching the OnlyFans drama because I'm such a degenerate. But I don't know. I've always liked Twitch forever. I've been watching Twitch forever. I remember Justin TV, right? So like, I've always loved the culture. It's just Twitch is different. I mean, it's changed over the years too. But I think the core of what like makes it so great is still always there, which is just like the memes, the jokes, like Monka, all that stuff, right? I don't know. I feel like YouTube has its own culture as well, but it seems not as like insular, if that's the word. Like Twitch has a lot more lingo, I think, that's more or less only Twitch, that I don't think YouTube has. And I think that makes it a little bit special. And maybe I'm just like, because I grew up with it, that's like how I feel. Maybe it's just rose-colored goggles. But it does feel a little bit special, The jokes. Yeah, it's fun. Yesterday I've Yesterday, I got in my head a little bit, unrelated to like streaming or anything, just other stuff. And I was just driving myself a little bit, crazy, a little bit anxious or whatever. And I was just talking, and the fiance made a very valid point, and she's like, "Well, in spite of what you're feeling, the one like thing that you still really enjoy is like every time you go on Twitch, you're always happy, and like you enjoy doing this, and every time you go on, there seems to be someone there, even if it's just one person that's just tuning in." And that, I think, I've been thinking about that like since she said it. I don't know, it's something, it feels good. I don't know why. It's nice. There's nothing to do with like money. I don't think I'm making money or anything. Just the idea of like being able to go live, like chat with people, and it's just fun. It's not about like anything else. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I really like it. I always loved watching streamers. So to be able to be like, to be able to do it yourself, I think is just really fun. I guess that's what it is. I don't know. So I'm just really grateful. Every time I go live, like it just really, it's so much fun, and I'm so grateful that I have this opportunity. I don't know where I was going with that. I just thought it was a nice thought, and I've been thinking about it since, because like my mind was like going elsewhere, and I'm like, well, in spite of the other things that I may have going on, I always have this, and this is something that I really appreciate. And so I guess just thank you, anyone watching, whether you're watching the VOD later or whatever. Just thank you for being a part of this, because this is really neat. I think it's really fun.
Loktar. Good, good. Maybe they'll think twice before slacking next time. Thanks.
Normally I listen to all these quests, but I did them not long ago, and I'm sort of trying to speed through this a little bit because we just leveled. A troll hunter, actually, on Classic, as I mentioned before. So now, oh, we have to go in there. I forgot about that pick quest. Okay, I'm going to turn off, is there a way to turn off the runes? I don't want to know where the runes are. I feel like it's more exciting to, like, discover it myself. What add-on is that showing me? Runes. Hold shift. If anyone is watching or in chat knows what add-on that is, it tells me runes. What's Syndicator? What is this? I don't know what that is. Is it questy, I wonder? Icons? Show runes. Oh, look at that. Phase 1, Phase 2. There's 4 phases. Wow. Okay, so if I shut off show runes, then I close it and I look at my map, it's still all the quests, but no runes. Sick. It's just something that's exciting about like manually finding it. I can't believe we're almost 7. Like, we're almost gonna have a pet soon. That's crazy, dude. I don't know what I want to run this time. So if any of you guys watching know Zeroji is when Hardcore Anniversary Realms dropped. There were a few people, I think, that were trying to get Race to World first, being the first person to hit level 60 on a hardcore realm. I love this guy's name. I tell him how great his name is. Ooh, not caps. I don't scream at him. So there were a few people that were trying to get Race to World first and hit the first 60 on hardcore. There was a gnome that was in first place, and then Amphi was in second place, and I think Zeroji was in third place. So the gnome ended up dying at level like 40 or something in Dustwallow Marsh to Murlocs. Amphi disconnected at level like 59. Like, he was like at the final hour. He was so close to being the world's first 60, and then he disconnected, and when he logged back in, he was dead. So Zeroji was in third place, but because the other two died, Zeroji ended up being the first person to hit level 60. Wow, at level 7 you get Ghost Wolves as a shaman? This is insane, dude. Wow, that's crazy. Season of Discovery. It seems fun. It seems a little Clown Fiesta-y, but it seems like fun. But anyways, Zeroji ended up getting world first, level 60, and everybody's like, wow, that's crazy that like it was a hunter. Everybody was so confident it was going to be a mage. There's no way a mage is not going to be the first one to hit level 60 with AoE farming. And if both the mages didn't die, they would definitely be the first level 60. But because they died, Zeroji didn't, he was able to hit 60 first. So I've been watching him like crazy. I didn't even know about Zeroji before this whole thing, so it helped his career, I guess. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I didn't know about him. But he's a lot of fun. I've learned so much about classic hunters. He's like so brilliant. Not only was he the first person to hit 60, but I would argue he's probably one of the best hunters probably in the world. When you watch what this man is capable of, it's absolutely incredible. So I learned a lot about him, and something he taught me is in Classic, owls, or the ability Screech. Screech specifically is a really good generator of aggro, almost better than Growl for AoE aggro. Often what you'll find is if you run with like a boar pet is probably one of the best pets in Classic WoW because boars eat everything. For those that are unfamiliar, oh, this guy's going to group with me. It's very kind. For those that are unfamiliar, you have to feed your pets in Classic WoW. And some pets are pickier eaters than others. Owls, for example, only eat meat. Boars eat anything and everything. So boars are sort of the best pets to have because you can just feed them whatever you have in your bag, whether it's fruit, whether it's fungus, whether it's meat, whether it's like they'll eat everything. And boars are also very tanky. They charge, they stun the enemy. We leveled again. Level 8, boys. Level 7. I lied. Level 7. But boars are like one of the strongest pets because they charge and they stun the enemy when they charge. So I always ran with boars. They were really good tanks. It helped me solo elite quests. I would solo everything with my boar. But then as I was watching Zoroji level, he was using a owl. And I asked him, why are you using an owl? And he explained that Screech is really good. Screech is sort of like an AoE taunt. And owls have a lot of armor. So this time leveling, when I reached, I think it was Fellwood, I tamed an owl. And it was crazy, the difference. Like, boars are still great pets. I have gorillas, I've tried boars, I've tried cats, I've tried it all. You can make it all work. But he was right. The owl, in my opinion, is the best choice. It's so good at holding aggro. You send your owl in, it never dies, it holds aggro on multiple mobs. When you play with like a boar, for example, look at this explosive shot. Like, it's crazy, the damage. When you play, oh yeah, why impede progress? Well, this guy's very nice. When you play with a boar, it has aggro on one mob. So if I use multi-shot, whatever mob it's not attacking, I'm going to get aggro with. But when you use an owl and you use multi-shot, the owl holds aggro on everything. And it still lasts, in my opinion, as long as a boar does. It's just, in my opinion, owls are by far the best choice for pets. With that being said, because we're leveling so fast and everything seems to be a lot easier than traditional Classic, maybe we can switch it up this time too. A pet that I never used until this like Classic, when I was leveling my first like Troll Hunter Tism, not on Season of Discovery, but like my level 60 right now on the Anniversary Realm. Before I tamed the owl, I was using a crocodile, which I never used before. And crocs are really tanky. I had no idea how tanky they are. They're a little bit slow, and their damage is okay. But my God, he lasted. Like, he was way better than a gorilla. I thought gorillas were good, but like, holy crocodiles. Like, people are sleeping on crocs. We're playing WoW. We're playing Season of Discovery, dude. It's so much fun, dude. It's so much fun. You're missing out. I know you like Classic. You're Classic Andy. This is Classic. Dude, I'm level 7 already. I've been playing for like how long? I've been playing for 42 minutes. I'm already level 7. Maybe that's normal. Like, maybe you would be level 7 anyways if you play Classic, but it feels faster, and there's an experience buff right now. It's gold buff. It's everything Classic has, just better so far, so I'm enjoying it. And so far, the community seems okay. I mean, the one guy... It's boosted. Yeah, it feels boosted, dude. Experience gains by 150%. Gold gains increased by 300%. Like, what can you do in Classic that I can't do here except have more fun? Like, I don't get it. It's the same raids, plus more difficulty. Plus quality of life improvements. Like, I think it's going to be easy to transition. Classic is so unnecessarily sweaty. In my opinion. Classic, in my opinion, is like it's like a Souls game where you play it the first time, has how it's intended, just to show people that you can. You know, you beat Elden Ring, like, as it's intended without cheating, to be like, okay, I'm good enough. See, I don't suck, I'm not making it up, I'm not terrible at the game. And then the second playthrough, you're like, now let's play cheap. Let's like cheat a little bit because I've already beaten it, I've already seen it, I've already proven to myself I can do it. So like, who am I proving it to now? I'm just struggling for no reason. Like, why bother struggling? Let's just have fun. Ha, like Jeff. Oh, you're so funny. You're so funny, dude. God, it's a deep cut, man. Jesus Christ.
Speak, Fred. Great, you got it. Thanks a
Now we go to Senjin Village. Yeah, we finished here. It's sick. I probably have a little bit of gold. 7, I could learn my abilities, aspect of the monkey, all that stuff. We could learn Arcane Shot. Let's quickly learn Arcane Shot. Man, oh man. So, like, my biggest thing, and this is, like, why I love how fast we're leveling here, is, like, I was thinking, man, it would be sick to have a female undead warrior. What is that up there? Is that another rune for somebody? I bet that's a rune for someone. I bet that's... I wonder who that's a rune for. I can't click it, so I don't think it's for me. Maybe it's for rogues or something. That's neat. But, like, I would just think, like, man, like, having, like, a female undead warrior would be really cool. But I sort of want a gnome warrior, because I love gnomes, and I want to be a gnome warrior. So I gotta pick one. I can't do both. Man, that's so much grinding. Leveling a warrior in Classic is already a pain. Leveling 2 warriors, I can't imagine. So... I don't know if I would, like, I don't know how to pick. I gotta, like, you know, Sophie's Choice. Which one do I pick? But in Season of Discovery, it's like, screw it. It's so fast. Let's level both. Then I can have both. Then I can just switch and play what I want. It's the same thing with, like, Hunters. You can, like, level 2 Hunters in, like, half the time. It takes the level 1. And then I get the Transmog. I get to do a Nixie. I get to do Molten Core. And I don't have to dedicate a whole month to leveling to, like, level 60. If retail had all the things Classic had as far as the zones, if I could talk to, like, Nozdormu or whoever and, like, set the zones back to, like, get the loot and the old Transmog appearances from, like, a Nixia, I would do it. I probably wouldn't even play Classic. I just want to see Shimmering Flats when it's not underwater. I want the Rockdalar staff. I want to try the Priest quest to get the Priest staff. I want to try the Warlock mount quest. I've never done that. I don't have that option in retail, so I have to play Classic to experience this stuff. If Blizzard just allowed you to revert time and said, hey, if you want to experience it, you can. If you want to learn from a vendor, or if you want to learn from the trainer, you could learn from a trainer. But if you want to experience it to get the experience, the quest is still available. Then I would probably just play retail. But because that's not an option, that's why I'm incentivized to try Classic or Season of Discovery. It's weird how, like, they just remove content. I don't understand the purpose of removing content. Cataclysm, in my opinion, was the worst decision they've made before Warlords of Draenor. I hated Cataclysm with a passion, and it seems like other people do as well, because currently, I've met multiple people that have said this. Cataclysm, right now, the Cataclysm servers are a Mists of Pandaria waiting room. They're dead. Nobody could find groups for anything. Everybody's just waiting for Cataclysm to end so they can play Mists of Pandaria. And lots of people in Classic Anniversary servers, they're essentially Cataclysm refugees because they left Cataclysm because they can't stand it and they need somewhere to exist until it transitions to Mists of Pandaria. Because they don't want to play Cataclysm, but they don't want to play retail. So they come to Classic until Mists releases, and then they hop back over to play Mists of Pandaria, which I will be doing as well. Funny enough, I love my Warlocks, and Cataclysm is when you get the Demon form. And I love Demon form, but even with Demon form, I'm like, I don't want to have to play Cataclysm just for Demon form. I don't like Cataclysm. I don't care. It's not worth Demon form to have to play Cataclysm, in my opinion. And Cataclysm, honestly, and I'm saying this, and that's when I really learned to cut my teeth with my Warlock. Cataclysm is when I started raiding really hard, and I was raid leading, like, I went friggin' degenerate in Cataclysm. I was literally the main tank with my other friend in Firelands. That's when I really, really got into WoW, was Cataclysm. I was, like, playing it casually before then, but, so you'd think, I would be, like, so gung-ho to relive that. But it wasn't even Cataclysm that I liked. That's not why I raid led. It's because I met really close friends, and I got really close to a lot of people. And it was the people that incentivized me to keep pushing and to raid and to show up every day. But the content itself, I wasn't a huge fan of. The best part about Cataclysm, in my opinion, was Firelands. I really liked Firelands. Firelands was fun. It was a fun raid, but to be fair, it was also the camaraderie we had. There was a lot of really cool people. Look at that boat. There was a lot of really cool people that I met around that time. Friends that I'm still friends with to this day. Some of my closest friends, actually. And I think that probably helped make Firelands as special as it was at the time. Firelands was actually... I think it was around... It was Cataclysm, I think, where Druids got the change where you could go to the... No, the barber shop was Wrath of the Lich King. But I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong if someone wants to correct me, I'm pretty sure it was Cataclysm where Druids had updated forms where you could change the color of your skin at the barber shop. And like if you had white hair, you had a white cat form. If you had like blue hair, your cat form was like dark blue. Now it's changed where your hair color and your skin color, like of the cat form or bear form, can be separate. You can make it whatever you want. But when it first came out, I think the color of your like fur or skin or whatever was tied to your hair color at the barber shop. But the reason why I bring it up is when I saw white cats, I thought that was the coolest thing. So that's when I leveled my druid for the first time, and I still play my druid like Nolly, spelled with an I without the E. Is my druid from Cataclysm, and the new form made me make a druid. I leveled up the druid, and that druid eventually became main tank for a guild that we made. And me and my friend tanked. I've probably told the story before, but maybe if there's anyone new here, tell it one more time. I was part of a guild with a friend, and we ended up breaking up because there was just loot trauma. A lot of us wanted to raid, and the GM at the time wouldn't invite a lot of us. We were not good enough, so we ended up making our own raid group. Okay, I mistold the story. This is how it happened. We all wanted to raid. This is before Firelands came out. And the GM said, you guys aren't good enough, so you can make your own raid group, but you can't raid with us. So we said, screw it, we'll make raid group number 2 in the guild. And we did. And we ended up surpassing raid group number 1 by miles. We crushed the shit out of them. They got so... They were trying to snipe our members because we crushed them so hard. And it started getting a little bit too toxic because we were outpacing the shit out of them. And people were wanting to jump ship from group 1 to join group 2. We didn't have room. Like, it was like, you know, we were the underdogs, and we ended up beating them. But we ended up leaving because it got too toxic. There was too much competition. We're like, we could just do this on our own. So we ended up making our own guild. A lot of people jumped ship with us, the people that were in our raid group, essentially. And we ended up taking it all the way to Firelands. And me and a few friends raid-led. It was a very democratic process where, like... we tried to keep bickering to a minimum because I saw how quickly shit got out of control if you didn't try to keep everything transparent. So, like, I would always ask when it came to loot, like, is everybody okay with this? Like, this person really needs this. If this person who does a lot of the mechanics gets this item, it would probably help us as a whole. If we're struggling right now to get to Ragnaros, if we could give our highest DPS this item, he can do these mechanics, and maybe we can get past a Lithrazor. And generally... we were raiding every week, so the group was like, sure, give it to the DK. Right now, he's doing most of the mechanics, and he's a very strong DPS, and if he can do the mechanics on this fight that we're stuck on, then maybe we can get the fight down and move past it, and that's what happened. So everybody understood, like, we're a unit, we're a team, and even if you're not the person getting loot, you still get to progress, because this person got loot, which allows us to beat the boss, so then you can maybe get loot on the next boss. And it was a beautiful system, and it worked so well, and everybody got along, and to me, it was the magic of raiding. It was so special, because I remember, like, tanking with my friend. This is the druid that I made. I remember tanking with my friend Frankie, who was a Death Knight at the time. He's fabulous, fabulous blood DK. And we were tanking the boss. His name's like Belthazor or something. I don't remember his name. He was the guy right before the final 2 bosses in Firelands. He would transition, I think, from like an axe to like a sword or something. Anyways, of course, insurance called while you were in the shower. Dude, I'm so sorry. Sorry to hear that. But Frankie and I were tanking, and it was fun that, like, I remember we said when we did the first poll, like, we've never done this before. Be patient. We're sort of nervous because we're like, oh, I don't want to wipe the group because we're fucking up our tank rotation. But it was an exciting feeling to learn the fight with him at the same time. We grew together as tanks, and we sort of filled the leadership roles without wanting to be leaders. It just, what is this? This is new. Just because as tanks, I guess you sort of fall into that position because you sort of have to raid lead, like, because you're sort of a tank. And it was just fun to have that opportunity to like lead a raid of like-minded individuals, have that camaraderie, like hand out loot in a way that everybody feels like they're getting something out of it. Like when that one person got that piece that they needed, everybody cheered. I remember I tanked, but I really liked Feral. Like tanking, I really enjoy tanking, but like I'm really a Feral main other than my Warlock. My second alt is like Feral. I've always liked Feral since I made that Druid. Since I played that Druid, I was always Feral. But I tanked just to help the raid out because it was like they needed a tank. But the Fire Kitty staff drops in Firelands off the second to last boss, Major Domo, and when it finally dropped, it was weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. When it finally dropped and I got it, like the whole raid was like so happy for me because like it wasn't even the best tanking weapon. It was for Feral, but they're like, but it's cool to be like a fire cat. And I just remember the excitement of like this adventure met an unfortunate fate here not long ago. Interesting. So maybe that's not for me. Maybe it is a rune. We'll see. It was just an exciting feeling, and I've expressed that many times with other people as well. When our Death Knight would get his axe, when our healer would get their trinket, it's like everybody cheers. It's like such a gratifying feeling. Like we all work towards this. Now this person feels they feel stronger. They're part of like a unit. Like, and I try to recreate that every time like Classic comes out or Raiding comes out, but it doesn't feel the same. I don't know why. It doesn't have that same community feel. Everybody's too driven by loot. I guess it's greed, and that sort of depressed me. This iteration of anniversary servers specifically, add 20 Peace Bloom to complete the shipment. That's a lot of Peace Bloom. So I'm hoping Season of Discovery will be different. I'm hoping Season of Discovery will be closer to what I experienced before, which is like people being excited for other people getting loot. Because right now, when I do Classic, it's a lot of like reserve culture, a lot of like, yeah, I'll invite you, but you don't need this, right? It's like, it's yucky. I don't want to deal with that. That stinks. Like, let's just, Rock Delar is a perfect example, or the priest staff, or the head of Onyxia, or like, if you run with a raid, you're gonna get it. If you don't get it the first week and you don't get it the second week, you're gonna get it. If you run with the same people, eventually everybody's going to get a bag of Onyxia. Everybody's going to get an Onyxia Scale Cloak. All the hunters are going to get their staff. All the priests are going to get their staff. All the warriors will get a Quell Sorar. Like, if you run with the same people, eventually everybody gets it. And if you're patient and you're excited for your friends, they'll run with you to make sure you get your stuff too. I don't know why that's lost on people. It's sort of like, to me, that was part of the excitement of WoW. Not just getting loot for myself, but like, having friends and like running stuff to get them loot. Following this Firelands like rant, we were helping my friend, I believe near the end of the X-Pack, get his legendary staff, and he keeps bringing this up to me. For whatever reason, he helped so many people get their staff. He helped so many people. He sacrificed so much of his time to help other people get the staff before him. But then when it came time for him to get the staff, everybody abandoned him and no one helped him. And I don't even remember this. He told me this because I didn't remember this. So I guess I believe it to be true because I trust him, but I don't remember this myself. He said that I was one of the few people that helped him still get his staff, which I'm happy to hear because I would have felt terrible if I abandoned him after he was kind enough to help other people. But I just think that's sad that like everybody was so gung-ho to get their bag. Then when it came time for someone else, they're like, all right, thanks, I got mine. See you later. Like, that's not the kind of community we fostered. Like, so I'm hoping that we could sort of change that and we can get back to, like, the original community of, like, us cheering for each other because it makes everybody excited to log on. And that's sort of why I started streaming, because I feel like if I could talk about this and then maybe other people feel the same way, maybe we can get some people to join the Discord and then maybe we could start doing community stuff. And if we start doing community stuff, I'm hoping that the people will be like-minded, and we can start running stuff for people like we used to, and having this atmosphere where it's bigger than just me getting gear, you getting gear. It's like it's us getting gear, us having fun, us running the same dungeon multiple times so everybody can get that one piece they're looking for. Instead of looking for that community, why not create it? That was sort of my mentality. So that was the ignition. Good morning, Stan on Head. It's great to see you. I'm sorry I missed your message earlier, but I see you now. I was just rambling. The main motivation for starting streaming was to like try to create that community instead of like, because I was looking for it for so long and I'm not finding it. So like, screw it, I'm doing it myself. And it may take a while, but I feel like it will happen. I'm confident that it will happen. Because I think there are people out there that miss that mentality of like, let's have a community focused raiding guild where like it's casual, it's not sweats. We can do it whenever people have the time to do it. You know, if people wipe, people make mistakes, whatever, it's not a big deal. You just go again. I think, you know, what's the saying? It's like Martin Luther King, be the change you want to see in the world, something like that. So instead of just complaining about, WoW sucks, I hate the community, screw it. I'm going to just make my own community. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm just going to fix it. And that's sort of my personality. This is why I made a guild. Yeah, no, Bronze 7 is right. Bronze 7 made a guild. I'm part of his guild. It's awesome. And it's for the same reason. Like, we had a few shitty experiences in Classic, and I think he said, screw it, I give up. So we just made a guild. That's literally why we did it too, though. Like, back in Cataclysm, we made the guild because we were so tired of, like, not being let into the cool kids club. So, like, screw it, we'll make our own club. Like, I don't, like, and everybody can join, except for homers, only one. There's only room for one homer. It says no homers. We're allowed one. That's just a stupid Simpsons reference. If you're new here, you'll see that I speak 2 languages, which is English and Simpsons. Simpsons references. I keep clicking Control 1 because that's the default for send your pet into attack. I don't have a pet yet, but I'm so conditioned to playing my level 60 hunter that has a pet that every time before I attack, I'm just sending in a pet that I don't have. Is this going to be our first death? Maybe, maybe not. I don't have wing clips, so I gotta melee this guy. This could be our first death, maybe, maybe not. I do have a health pod, so... What's that character's Paragon level? Also, time to drive to work, be back later. Yeah, have a safe drive, Torin. This character's Paragon level is 8. Paragon level, Jesus, dude. I haven't forgotten about Diablo. But you know what, Dennis? Again, speaking to some people that are on YouTube, we are going to eventually have an overlay of chat on screen. I did have that, where it was showing both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but it was very difficult to read. So I need to figure out a way for it to become more legible. I haven't figured that out yet. I just keep forgetting, honestly, so I apologize if they're separated for now, but we'll eventually get to a point where everybody on both sides can read what each other are saying. But I have not forgotten about Diablo, man. It's so much fun. But something you said to me last time, that's why I'm playing WoW now. You said, don't forget your roots. I think that's how you said it. Don't forget your roots. And I like that. That was very well said. Because I said I haven't streamed WoW for a while. It was that we played Diablo. We played a lot of Baldur's Gate, and then I think a little bit of very small bit of WoW, and then we went right into Diablo. And WoW's my main game. And I felt like I needed to do a few WoW streams. And Dennis is like, don't forget your roots. Because WoW's where it all started. And he's right. There's no graphic designers in my Twitch chat. Not today. It's funny, though, that you say that. I was watching Annie Fuchsia today, if anyone knows who that is. She's like probably one of the biggest WoW streamers. What's fascinating, actually, is Annie got every single achievement in World of Warcraft. That is like the sweatiest thing I imagine anyone can do. It's crazy to get every achievement in World of Warcraft. But she was joking, her and a few other people were joking about those like graphic designers in chat. They're like, everybody gets them. It's like, it's crazy. Even at that level, when you're like one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, you're still getting graphic designers in your chat. It's crazy. But she was saying that it's some of them, not all of them, but some of them just steal other people's work or use like AI or just like sell a few people the same stuff, which is like, I don't know if it's illegal, but it's certainly immoral. Stealing stuff is definitely illegal, but I feel like selling two people the same work and not telling them, I feel like that's probably illegal somehow or something. Like if you're paying someone for original artwork and they're reselling that same artwork to other people and not telling you, I feel like it's a breach of some kind of contract. Like, I don't know what the law is, but it certainly seems like something I feel like you could probably get in trouble for somewhere, but I don't know. Something I've noticed is, we're almost 9 already, that's sick. Something I've noticed is our mana is starting to deplete a little bit more than it was earlier, so that's interesting. The damage, though, is absolutely bonkers. It's crazy. The explosive shot is nuts. So it's one or the other. I think I like explosive shot more than Chimera shot. Equipped runes, hands. I wonder, so runes. Okay, very quickly, gonna grab more coffee really quick. Give me 1 sec. Coffee's a little bit cold. I let it sit out a little bit too long. My fault. So Stan, you having a coffee yet? You having your espresso yet? So here's something that I think is sort of interesting about Season of Discovery. They don't know where they're gonna take it yet. I believe someone asked, like, what happens to our characters? Are they seasonal? Someone asked me in YouTube chat, like they were joking about Diablo because we were playing Diablo last few streams, and how Diablo works is similar to Overwatch. For those that don't know, it's by seasons. So a season lasts like 3 months or whatever it lasts. Maybe there's like 3 seasons a year, 4 seasons a year, whatever it is. But you level a character in the season. Then when the season ends, you sort of, you don't lose the character, but like that you can't, like, the content for the season is gone. Now they just sort of become like in a, not a stasis, but it's like the rewards, the items, the themes of the season are gone. So your character just becomes like a plain character, not like a seasonal character. And people were curious if the same would apply to a Season of Discovery and WoW. And Blizzard said we don't know what we're doing with it yet, because currently we're in Season 4 as of Tuesday. I think this Tuesday that just passed, I believe, I don't know if it's the final season for Season of Discovery. Maybe there's more, but people are like, what happens when it ends? What comes after? And like, I think the biggest fear is people are like, are we going to lose our characters? Is that something that's going to happen? Sort of like what happened. You don't lose your character in Diablo, but you lose some like abilities and stuff, I believe, once the season ends. I believe Blizzard said, though, that in Season of Discovery, they're going to listen to what the players want, but ultimately you will not be losing your character. They'll find out a way to do something where maybe you lose the runes, maybe you lose some special abilities, but you don't lose the character. The character still exists in the world somewhere. So here if Blizzard ever watches, here's an idea. And maybe I'm an idiot and this is a terrible idea, but I think this is pretty cool. Hypothetically, what if you gave us the opportunity to transfer these characters over to retail? I mean, all the classes that exist here exist in retail. A lot of the abilities exist in retail already. But the most important thing that I think is so cool and might incentivize more people to play Season of Discovery is if we knew that whatever cool transmogs that exist in Season of Discovery, because Season of Discovery has some transmogs you cannot get in retail. There are variations of some very famous tier sets, and there are also items that no longer exist, like the Priest Staff, the Hunter Quest Staff, other items that like drop from Onyxia that you can't get because Onyxia has been updated. It would almost incentivize transmog collectors to play Season of Discovery because they know they can transfer their character and the transmog to retail. So it's almost a way to get more players to join. And you'd say, well, how does this differ from Plunderstorm? Because the whole idea of Plunderstorm is, why would you want people to play Plunderstorm that don't want to play Plunderstorm just for rewards? The difference is Season of Discovery is still WoW. Plunderstorm doesn't feel like World of Warcraft. It's a completely separate game. Nothing about it feels like World of Warcraft. Season of Discovery feels like a variation of World of Warcraft. It feels closer to retail than Classic does. It feels closer to retail than Cataclysm does. So I don't think forcing people, giving people the option to play Season of Discovery and then transfer their character to retail with the transmog and items and all that cool stuff, the mounts, all that stuff, I think would be an easier sell to players that have never played it. I think they'd be more willing to try it because it doesn't feel as jarring of a transition to go from retail to Season of Discovery back to retail as it does to go from retail to Plunderstorm back to retail. Plunderstorm is like nothing related to WoW in my opinion. It's just using the WoW models, but the whole game is different. This is very close. This is almost a 1-to-1 with a few adjustments. So I don't think it would be crazy to give people the option to transfer when the season ends. And I think knowing that you get all these cool transmogs, I think would get a lot of collectors interested to try this Season of Discovery. I think it would just be good for the health of the game. But I'm curious what you guys think. Like anyone that watches, whether it's the VOD or whatever, I'd love to know what you guys think if you think it's a terrible idea, because I don't see the downside to it really, personally. Espresso is later, not awake enough in the morning to make one. There. I gotta ask, those of you that drink espresso, like, what's your tolerance like? Because it's so much more concentrated, does it up your caffeine tolerance, or? So he has a spirit buff. I think someone meant to put it on themselves, but they targeted him by accident and put the buff on him.
The Horde would surely prevail if the Kolkar centaurs were to attack. But by preventing such an attack, we have spared our mighty warriors.
Ooh, level 9, boys.
And as sure as there is sand in the Tanaris desert, we know that there will be blood spilled before these trying times are through. You have served your people well, adventurer.
Something else that'd be really cool if they released for Season of Discovery is, I don't know about Raptures, but there are a few mounts. I could actually probably find them for you guys even. Hold on a sec. Let's see if we can find these really quick. They were rare and hard to find, like this one. Doesn't exist anymore. One sec. Let's see if we can bring it up. One sec. Can you guys see that? Perfect. See that mount? So this is a mount that doesn't exist. Someone's attacking me. This is a mount that doesn't exist in Classic. It existed for a very short period in Classic. This, as well as other variations of this. Before World of Warcraft had armored mounts like this one. This isn't this one. This is the armored mount, Storm Saber. The Storm Saber is the epic variation of mounts with armor on it. Before this existed, they looked like this. And then after a patch dropped, they took this mount away, and there are variations of this mount where they're epic mounts without armor. And they only give you now the armored versions that we're familiar with. It'd be cool if Season of Discovery gave these back. Because it's a very, very small group of players have access to these types of mounts. So it'd be really cool if they introduce these mounts back somehow, because the models exist in the game, but they're so rare and so hard to find that I think it would be like another incentive to try to get people to get those transmogs. And I know there's sorry, one sec. I actually use more beans in the French press in the morning than the espresso. Oh wow. The thing about espresso is they are so small. It's easy to drink way too many. Definitely, I definitely agree with that. That's my biggest issue. Is like, and I was talking earlier about the toddy cold brew machine. How like it's because it's concentrated and it tastes so good. I'll drink way too much. And this morning I drank it for the first time because I could finally taste coffee again. But man, I gave myself such bad shakes. I legit gave myself a panic attack, like a caffeine-induced, like mechanical panic attack, because I drank too much damn coffee. Because it's easy to. It's easy when it's concentrated like that, and it tastes so good that like you forget like I gotta be careful with this stuff. But I think it's cool to have the mounts in the game as like an incentive to like try to play Sod. Right now is actually or I don't know if it's now or soon. For any of you guys that like know or care, I believe the first OnlyFans raid is happening this weekend. I think they're doing Molten Core for the first time, and if anybody, because it's hardcore, if anybody dies, it's game over. That's it. Their character's gone forever. Doing a raid in hardcore WoW sounds insane, but a lot of these guys aren't even like WoW players, so they're stepping into a raid for the first time. They don't even know the mechanics. There's a lot of one-shot mechanics. It'll be good content. It was a few days ago I was watching, and my friends that are listening to me are probably like, this kid chronically watches Twitch. It's a problem. But like seriously, like I'm a very poor sleeper. When when the fiance is sleeping next to me, I'll just be on my phone. I'll like watch Twitch as I'm like lying down, just because it's like I don't really have to pay attention. If I fall asleep while it's on, like I don't care. I can't watch like shows while I'm trying to sleep because I don't want to miss something. I'm afraid I'm gonna miss something, so I can't fall asleep. Like Twitch, who cares if I'm watching someone run a dungeon and I fall asleep? So that's when I watch a lot of it. But it was like 2 or 3 days ago I was watching, and people died outside Dire Mall, and it happened so unexpectedly, so fast and so unexpectedly. A level 60, just instant, gone. All that time up in smoke. No, sorry, that's life. It's like, that's crazy. That's what makes it so exciting to me. Is that like at any moment, it's all over. Before you even can react, it's all over. And yeah, it's just fun. I don't know. It's just fun to see like the panic. I watched a bunch of people that I would consider pros, were doing BRD, Black Rock Depths. And I don't know why they did the boss the way they did it, because it's not how you're supposed to do the boss. And they all died. A group of 5 level 60s wiped. And as they were wiping, you could hear the panic in their voices. Like they didn't know what to do. And it's like, not to be like an armchair coach, but it's like, guys, like you made it to level 60 in hardcore WoW. How do you not know the mechanics to this fight? Like, not to mention, like the mechanics are literally run to the other door and just stand there and tank the boss. Just mitigate all the mechanics by just standing in the right place. All you have to do is just run to the end. And they stood in the middle and got murdered by mechanics. And it's like, that sucks, dude. That really sucks. I don't know if they were tired. I don't know what caused that, but like, it makes it exciting, to me at least. To see like how quickly it all goes south, and like people start freaking out, and the drama is like, I don't love that. It's a lot of lately, like there's been a lot of ego, which I'm not like a huge fan of. When it's like silly loot drama, it's funny, but people are starting to take it a little bit too far, which is sort of sucking the fun out of it for me. But I'm hoping Molten Core will change that. I'm hoping like the anxieties will be so high, it'll sort of snuff out a little bit of the serious drama. Name calling, stuff like that. It's just not necessary. Yeah, but I'm like a degen. Like I like chronically like watch it. It's so much fun. I love it. It's like the closest thing I could align it to is like reality TV. That's what it's like to me. It's like reality TV. The fiance used to love Jersey Shore. I remember when we first started dating, when I would like visit her, come over to her house, I would like sit with her and watch Jersey Shore, and she still watches it, and it's like, I don't know why she still watches it. The show sucks. The show always was never that entertaining in my opinion, but there were times when it was funny. When it first came out, it was like a slow-moving train wreck, and that's why it was fun to watch, because you couldn't believe these people are real. These people are like characters. Like they're just so degen that like there's no way people actually like behave like this. But Now it's sort of boring, so I don't know why she watches it. My point is, it's fun to watch a slow-moving train wreck. That's why reality TV is fun, and that's what OnlyFans is at times, a slow-moving train wreck, when it's not serious drama. And that's, I guess, why I like it, because it's just like, I don't want to lose my level 60 character. I don't want to do hardcore. That's sketchy, man. I don't want to lose. That sucks. I can't imagine losing 60 hours of playtime because I backed into a tiger and he stunned me and I got trapped by a spider. And, like, sorry, GG, go again. But it's fun to watch other people do it because I don't have to relevel. So that's sort of what it is, right? Like, that's why I like watching, like, documentaries about, like, Madagascar. I don't think I'm ever going to go to Madagascar. It looks beautiful, but I'm too much of a chicken. So I get to watch it. I get to live vicariously through the cameraman, and I don't have to get, you know, vaccinations for malaria. So OnlyFans is the same thing. I can vicariously like live through these people playing hardcore without me having to like invest the time or like lose my character. It'd be devastating. That being said, like, if ever given the opportunity to be a part of the community of OnlyFans, where you can collaborate with other people, where you can grow your Twitch, then I think it's worth losing a level 60 character, running dungeons with people, because that's like more of like a career move, I think. So I can see why they do it. But to do it just for the sake of doing it, for me, I don't have incentive. If I was fortunate enough like to be in the guild and like run with people, then like I think that'd be more incentive. But it'd be devastating for me to lose, because at least if you die and like you're in OnlyFans and like, you know, 30,000 people see it, it's like, well, I probably got at least a couple followers because of that. But if you do it just like because, especially if you don't even stream, like, God, that'd be so devastating. It'd be so devastating to spend all that time leveling a character just to lose it. And you can transfer it. It is possible to transfer it to a PvE realm. So I could do that too, but like, I don't know. It's just unnecessary stress. I'd be so high strung. Like, literally, I was leveling my warlock today. And I kill myself all the time just so I can teleport to the city faster. It's like, why run back when I can just res at the city and hand in all the quests? And then I'll AFK, make a coffee, come back, res sickness is gone. So, like, I use death as, like, a means of transportation a lot of the time. So I feel like I'm just not equipped for hardcore. knowing that, like, how I use death all the time as, like, a means of transportation. Okay, we're gonna die here, so we're gonna pop a potion. Because if this was hardcore, I'd have to run. It's like, who cares? I could just, you know, who cares if we die? We'll just go again. It's just too much stress, man. WoW is too unpredictable. It's too gimmicky, in my opinion. You gotta know a lot of weird stuff about WoW in order to not die in hardcore. And it is, like, information that I do know, and I could do it if I really wanted to, like, degen. I could get, like, real autistic about it and, like, level really carefully and, like, hit 60. But I would do it just to, like, prove to, like, myself and, like, chat. See, I could do it. See, I told you I'm capable of doing it. But, like, it wouldn't be fun for me. Because then, like, what would I do? I would hit 60 and then I'd be, like, afraid to run dungeons because I'd afraid to lose it all. Because I would wipe, not because I did anything wrong, but because some idiot overpulled because he wasn't paying attention. That would suck. So, I don't know. The amount of people I saw die from drowning is painful, man. I've almost died from drowning a bunch of times. It's just, I think there's been a few really high levels too that died from drowning because they just checked their phone, they were texting, they went AFK for a second, they forgot they were underwater. It's like, that stings, man. Hey, Jenny. It seems like I'm hyper. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I think it's just a raw, unfiltered anxiety that you're experiencing, but maybe it's hyper. I don't know, man. Yeah, everything's great. How are you? I think just by my nature, I think I'm just hyper. I think my friends are just used to it at this point. That's just what I'm like. I think I'm just naturally just a maybe anxious or hyped up person. Tired, fair. Well, hopefully you can get some rest today. Do you play WoW, Jenny? Ooh, we don't have wing clip. I should have checked my health, but we do have a potion. We're probably gonna die here unless I use a potion. But I should have. I am gonna wonder for these trolls. Can I? Oh, he's not gonna run away. He's not a humanoid. He's not gonna run. So we'll potion. We'll potion and kill this guy. So close to level 10. Once we get a pet, everything changes. I should almost wait to do this quest. We could try to pull some trolls out and run until we get a pet, because then once we get a pet, we'll be able to do it a little bit easier. So we'll do like half the quest and then go back. Oh, we have a quest at Razor Hill as well, but we should finish this. We'll finish this like map, and then we'll do Razor Hill and do that part of the quest. So there's a troll here. This quest is tough. I can't imagine doing this quest on hardcore. I've died so many times because the trolls respawn so fast, and there's so many of them grouped up. There's casters, dots, as you can see. There. You're so funny, Dennis. That's an upgrade. Okay, so the dude that we need is up there. Zalazane. Because I think he killed the brother, which is right there. That's the brother's skull. So we'll pull these guys out. I'll ask if this guy needs them as well. Would be easier as a group. If he wants to group. Even if he doesn't, we Grats on the level. Even if he doesn't, we need the same mobs anyway, so it would be easier. See, no, he doesn't want to group, so... So then... I'll steal it. Fuck it. Oh, I'm out of ammo! That's painful! How can you play a hunter without ammo? Oh, no, man! Oh, that's painful, dude. Alright, we gotta go get ammo. So maybe if we... This is such a... Well, I have more gold now, so we're okay. This is such a low-level problem, because I always... Once I have, like, more gold than I have to worry about, I always overflow, overfill on ammo. I never run out of ammo. Like, that's such a noobish mistake, to run out of ammo as a hunter. Especially in a dungeon. It's happened to me, like, once, and I'm like, never again. So I'll always fill up my quiver, and then I'll have, like, 2 or 3 extra slots here, also with extra ammo. So the quiver's full, and I have extra. I'd rather run out of bag space before I run out of ammo. So this is such, like, an early problem, because, like, I didn't have enough gold to buy too much. I need to save it for abilities, but now we have enough gold. So we'll buy some ammo, we'll fill up our slots, plus a few extra bag slots, and this should never be an issue anymore. What's an invasion? What level is this guy? Oh, level 60. So maybe that's the level 60 thing. That's fair, Jenny. Well, it's nice for you to be here, then. Dennis, Stan, if you guys are there, am I hyper? Is that what it is? Like, is that what it is? Am I hyper? Is this just what I'm like? Am I just a lot to be around? Is that what it is? I'm super aware. I'm like a very neurotic person. Like, it's just my nature. I feel like it's, I joke all the time. It's like the racial trait of, like, being a Jew is, like, neuroses, like, plus, like, 6 to neuroses just off the bat. But it's how it is. It's like everybody in my family is, like, neurotic. It's just, it's a joke, but, like, a lot of us, like, like are like the Woody Allen mentality, that like nebbish, nervous, anxious. Like I don't know, dude. It's so strange. I hate to like I hate to say the stereotype is true, but honestly, it's you just drink coffee and you shouldn't. You're so funny. I wouldn't say hyper, but I'm not a good judge to ask. Fair, fair. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people in my family are like just that like Woody Allen neurotic kind of personality type. And I believe, and I could be wrong, but I thought that I thought like anxiety is what's the word I'm looking for? Like you could pass it through your genes. There's a name for that. I can't think of what it is. Hereditary. Like the movie with Toni Collette. I believe that was directed by Ari Aster. I could be wrong. But I think anxiety is hereditary, but I could be incorrect. Level 10. Level 10, boys. We can get a pet. We can go back to this quest now and get a pet once we buy arrows. I will pass, but thank you so much for the offer. Where's the hunter trainer, though, dude? Is there not a hunter trainer here? Are you a hunter? No. Hunter's Path. That's the hunter quest. That's a pet taming quest. So this is not a hunter trainer.
Hello, young hunter. You look to me like you are skilled enough to handle a beast and train it as your companion. You must see Thotar at Razor Hill. He can
Oh.
path to earning a pet of your
You got to go to the orc trainer. You got to go back to Razor Hill. So I got to run to... So we'll come back to do this. Can I buy arrows here? Is there even an arrow vendor here? I didn't even think I... Butcher. Alchemist. I don't know if there's an arrow vendor here, so I feel like we have to go to Razor Hill anyways. We'll run to Razor Hill. We'll quickly do the pet quest. We'll come back with the pet and arrows. Do Salazane. Way easier. Bing, bang, boom. Sugars and gloom, we're done. Of course you were right, Dennis. You're always right. Thank you for the buff. Thank you, buddy. This guy's name is Jokey. That's so funny. So I actually played with a... I appreciate that, Jenny. Like, it's okay, but thank you. I mean, if you, like, you know, yeah. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. You know, this stream is like a hobby, so I'm not investing anything, like, financially into the stream. It's just, like, fun. You know, just me going live and, like, being hyper. But I respect the hustle. Alright, so we got a lot of quests here. I can't pick up all those quests, though, can I? Do I have space? I do, technically. These are green already. We're leveling so fast. We're leveling so fast that my quests are turning green without me even doing anything. It's crazy. So, we'll do Razor Hill really quick. This is a really cool add-on for anyone that plays WoW. It's I think it's called Tamed, T-A-M-E-D, like taming a pet. And when you go over pets, it'll say like this one has charge rank 1. This one has nothing. So the scorpions don't have anything, but the boars will teach you charge. Some scorpions might have like sting or poison. Some might have bite or claw. These ones specifically do not. These boars specifically have charge rank 1. And you don't know that unless you tame it, or if you have this add-on. If you have this add-on, you don't have to tame it to find it. You can just run around the world, and what are Heart of a Lion increases hunter stats by 10. What are these buffs, man? I'm sure there are runes that I'm missing right now, and we'll find them. I don't want to... We could just go to the vendor and buy the runes, but I want to try to find them naturally, just in the world, doing however we find them. We'll see. Dennis, though, did you hear me say you were right? So we only have hand runes. I feel like runes are, if I were to guess... I don't remember what my warlock had. I think it was chest, hands, and pants? I think it's chest, hands, and pants. Or maybe it was bracers. I don't remember now. I don't remember where the runes go. Or maybe it's different for everyone, I'm not sure.
These new lands ours, then we must have places to rest our battle-weary bodies. Lay your axe by the fire and share the
That's another thing that's really exciting is, the...
This is the food Ukor brought to the Valley of
what's it called? Lunar Festival is happening right now in WoW. And Lunar Festival is...
led by Admiral
it's an event where you can get a new mount. A mount I don't have, so that'll be exciting. I was debating doing it on stream, but it's so boring. It's me literally running around talking to NPCs, which is what WoW is anyways, but like, it's like literally like point A, point B, point A, point B, point A, point B, just like it's mindless, tedious work, so you can get a mount. So I'll do it off stream, because I feel like Season of Discovery is more exciting. This is a pet trainer. I'm learning pet trainer stuff.
I train and guide young hunters in the traditions passed down many generations. Yes, it is time.
It's funny, because I just did this too. Aspect of the Hawk! We got Aspect of the Hawk! Let's learn that first, buddy. Parry, that's pretty cool. Katy Perry. Concussive Shot, Serpent Sting. I gotta save my gold though, I don't wanna get broke. I gotta buy arrows before I do anything else. Rapture Strike, Track Humanoids. Okay, that's enough for now. We'll save our... We'll save the... I don't need Monkey yet. Sick, Aspect of the Hawk. Alright, we got our second Serpent Sting already. That's crazy. Serpent Sting rank 2. Right? Yep. And Concussive Shot. And... that's it for now. Yes, and... Okay, Rapture Strike rank 2. So boar right here, we can tame a boar. Don't we have the stick right there? I don't have ammo. Jesus Christ, I forgot the one thing. I forgot to get his ammo. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, Dennis. Are you having fun in Diablo? Are you still playing the character that we played, like, together with? The Necromancer? I guess that was your main, so I guess you probably are. Are you on right now? Oh, you are on. Sick. I might hop on Diablo tonight, maybe. After stream. The fiance's out. She's pretty much gone all weekend, so... probably going to be doing nothing but degen gaming, honestly. I gotta remember First Aid Trainer. That's important. Let's learn First Aid. But let's get... Physical, like that song. Who is that? Olivia Newton-John or something? Let's get arrows before I forget. Trade supplies? Ooh, we can buy sharp arrows now. It's almost a blessing that we ran out of arrows, so now we can buy sharp arrows, which are better. Sick. Let's buy one more, just because. We still got quite a bit of gold. That's amazing. Look at that. That's a blessing. Alright, we have all these quests. We'll finish this area first, Senjin, and then we'll come back and we'll bang out all these quests. I feel like what's going to happen here, though, is that's crazy. She has Earth Shield already? Level 10 Shaman's got Earth Shield and the Wolves, Dire Wolves or whatever. That's nuts. Man, Season of Discovery is like, here's Classic, except we'll give you all the moves that make your class exciting early on. So you can enjoy your class right from the get-go and you don't have to spend 60 hours leveling just to start having fun. That's what Season of Discovery feels like to me so far. Okay. Those are quill boars. Shame you can't tame a quill boar. Man, there were so many boars here a second ago. Now they're all gone. There's one. Concussive Shot. And hit him with the tame thing. Tame. And it's a 20-second cast. We're going to be here till next X-Pack. Holy moly, what a long tame that is. 20 seconds, just getting wailed on by a boar. If this doesn't work, I gotta go again. He's going to kill me. Here we go. Now we gotta, Scorpion, I think we tame. And I think maybe last is a Rapture, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it's the other way around. I just did this on my, in regular Classic, before, Season of Discovery. So, it should be the same quest, I think. Oh, he's got a quest. I don't even know who this guy is. I don't think I've ever seen this guy here before. There doesn't seem to be a snake in your basket. Very perceptive of you, friend. My little co-star slithered off while I was eating lunch. Perhaps someone with your keen instincts could track down a replacement for me. I think this is a secret. I think this is one of the runes. If you can bring me a new snake alive, I promise you'll be handsomely rewarded. Interesting. Track beasts. Do we use track beasts to find a snake, I wonder? Interesting. That's so interesting. Look, he's got Hunter's Mark on him still. That's so funny. Okay.
You have done well, adventurer.
And now we tame a... Is it a rapture? What do we tame now? Oh. That's what it is. We tame a surf crawler, which is a crab on the coast. And I believe they're all the way down here, the crabs. They're over there as well, but I think they're also down here. So it's telling us to go all the way to Orgrimmar. But I think it'll count if we do it down here as well. Hopefully I'm not wrong, because I used to do it down here. I did it on here in Classic, so... Oh, they're all over here too. That's surf crawler. I didn't realize that. So there you go. So we'll go to Sen'jin Village, but I'm going to have to run back and forth because you only have the pet for a limited amount of time, 13 minutes or whatever, 15 minutes. And I don't want to take a chance losing it, although I could do it again. No. I'll just run it back. I'll just finish the quest because I think it's just easier that way. That's a hare. So I wonder if the snake that I have to find, see how this like hare is like a critter? It's not like an actual pet, it's like a critter. I wonder if there's a snake like that, like this. See the adder? See how it's dead? I wonder if I pick that up when it's alive, not dead like that, and then if I give it to him, I wonder if that's a rune. I feel like that's what you do. That's so neat. This is why I don't want to know. I don't want to use the add-on to tell me how to do it because it's exciting to like try to figure this out. And if I get really stuck or I miss something, we can Google it. But the discovery of it is like what's so exciting about this for me. I hope you guys are having a lovely day today so far. Ooh, it's a snake. How do I pick it up? It's an adder. How do I pick it up though? I'm gonna kill it. I can't pick it up. That's gonna die. If I touch that, it's gonna. How do you? I don't know. Can you tame it? I don't have. Maybe you can. Maybe something will happen where you can tame it. Maybe you have to learn tame beast first or something, and then like you can tame it or something after. Maybe you have to finish this quest first. So we'll wait. I thought maybe what would have happened is if I could pick it up, it would be like looting, where like the bag icon pops up and you can like pick it up, put it in your bag. But that's not the option. It looks like if I right clicked it, I would just kill it. So I'm thinking maybe I can tame it. There's another one. Like we can try. I'll right click it, but I think it's just gonna die. Yeah. See, it just kills it. It doesn't do anything. So we'll find another one, but these are all scorpids, so. We'll see. You're so funny, dude. I can't stop thinking about you saying you just drink coffee and you shouldn't. It's so true. Honestly, it's like my state of being is anxious and tired or anxious and caffeinated. So I'd rather be anxious and caffeinated because at least I feel sharp and I get to enjoy the flavor of coffee. Really, we fight. Sometimes you don't fight. Sometimes you just leave. That's interesting. It's usually you just disappear, but now you want to fight. WoW is fun, but we do have to play some more Diablo, Dennis. Whether it's on stream, off stream, I don't really care. It's just it's Diablo's so much fun. That's a pygmy surf crawler. I need a surf crawler, not a pygmy surf crawler. I guess pygmy surf crawlers are smaller because they're pygmy, I guess. I saw something that someone asked where do the shortest people live, and I thought I don't remember what country someone said, but it wasn't the Pygmies, but I thought the Pygmies were the smallest, like, group of people in the world or whatever, but maybe I'm wrong. There was a guy named Justin Wren, I think his name is, and he works very closely with the Pygmy tribes because I think they don't have a lot of clean water supplies, and I believe his whole thing is helping them build wells so they have access to like filtered water so they don't get sick from like the contaminated water sources. I think for a long time they were okay, but I believe there were industries, whether it's palm oil or other industries, where they've polluted the water supply. So the people that live there natively are now drinking polluted water because of whatever this industry has done, dumping chemicals in the water. So they've been getting quite sick, and this individual, who I think is like a retired fighter or something, UFC fighter or something, I think he's opened a charity where he helps these people. He raises money, I guess, to build wells so they have access to clean drinking water. And it's amazing to see. He's a big guy. He's a really big guy. It's amazing to see, and they're a little bit smaller in stature. So to see someone that's exceptionally big with people that are generally smaller than most, it's a funny, like, if the word is like dichotomy, maybe. He's like, even for like a tall person, he's a pretty big dude. He looks like a Viking. Is it the Pygmies though that they wear like bones and things related to the dead? There's one tribe I know. I remember, I think it was on Human Planet. I think it was Human Planet. That was sick, by the way. That was probably one of the best documentaries I've ever seen. And I think there's probably Human Planet 2, Human Planet 3. But there was one of them. There were three that were the most amazing. One, these people that eat spiders in the Amazon. I thought that was wild because you feel the hairs like tickle your throat as you eat it. So they learn to burn the hairs off with fire. Like when you cook the spider, you like actually put it in the fire, and the fire like burns off the hairs. So when you're eating it, the hairs aren't getting stuck in your throat. But they caught a tarantula, they skewed it. They caught a tarantula, skewed it, put it over the fire, cooked it really quick, put it in a giant leaf, and ate it like a taco, like whole legs and all. Like it was wild. But I think it was the Pygmies or someone else where they used like the bones of their ancestors as jewelry, as earrings, as like cups for like rituals. Like it was nuts. They would grind up some of the bones to use as like not makeup, but like ritual makeup for like specific things they would do. And they didn't see death as the end or something to be scared of, but rather just like a transitionary period. I thought that was pretty interesting. And the last one was in the Arctic or something, like people that were nomads. They didn't have a home, so they constantly lived on the ice, and they would build igloos, and they would ice fish for food that night, and it would get warm. They would like literally take off their clothes in the igloo, because the igloo would insulate. They'd make a fire inside the igloo. They would like sleep in the igloo. They would cook in the igloo, and igloo made of ice insulated heat, and they were actually like warm. And the cameraman was saying like, I'm so shocked at how cold it is outside, but in here, how well insulated it is. And it's amazing that they build it from scratch, then they tear it down and keep going. They just keep moving, and that's their whole life. And inside the igloo, they do a small little like hole to ice fish in the igloo, and that's how they get their food for the night. And like that's their whole. It's just crazy, you know. They have kids. They have I don't know if it was yaks. I think it was horses they had. It was cool. The Mongolian one was cool as well, actually. It was just really cool. Human Planet, like, it was sick. I normally don't, like, I care more about animals than, like, people as far as, like, documentary stuff like that goes, but Human Planet I thought was really sick. Because the humans were living closer to, like, how we used to live. So maybe that's why it was interesting. Like, if it was people, like, I just don't care about, like, people, like, how people live in, like, Japan as much, because, like, that's too close to, like, me. Like, yeah, you got iPhones, you got Starbucks, you got, you know, whatever you got, like, but I think if you're living in the Amazon, you're toughing it out, you're living under the trees, you're living under the stars, you're building homes out of, like, bamboo shoots, that's pretty cool. I'm fascinated by that. That's a tough life, and what I thought was most fascinating is these people seemed really happy, in spite of having very little, and their life being hard. Every waking moment is, like, work. just to survive. But they don't. They didn't appear to see it like that. It was just life to them, and they all seemed really jovial and happy, and they had a strong community, and the kids were smiling and playing, and it was nice. It was cool. Human Planet. That's what I believe it was called. I don't know how many of you guys have seen it, but it's not like it's hard to find. BBC. I remember in one of the Animal Planets, maybe it was the snow one. They built a little hut to film polar bears, and one of the polar bears tracked them for days, and it finally found where they were in the hut. And as they were filming, the polar bear was trying to get in, and the cameraman's like, "Get the gun, because he's like, if we don't scare this thing off, he's going to eat us. It's a polar bear, and the only thing protecting us right now is like a thin wall." And the polar bear was like, he was trying to get inside. Like, what is this wooden can, and why is there meat inside that I can't get to? Polar bears are monsters. It was crazy to see. Like, jeez, man. Like, it just... Can I kite this thing? Yeah. It just, it had no fear of humans. It just wanted to eat. It just wanted to eat the humans. Like, this is food on the other side of this thing, and I need to get to the food. That's what the polar bear was like. It looked like it was thinking. It was crazy. Because even, like, at times, like, black bears, I don't know about grizzlies, but black bears seem a little bit skittish. Polar bears, they just don't seem to care. At least from what I saw from this footage, you're just another food source to them. They don't need video games to get achievements. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They're hunter. I hunt in. I play a hunter in World of Warcraft. They play a hunter IRL. I bet they also don't get people messaging them, about stuff in Twitch chat. But all right, this is our last scorpion, and then we can tame pets. Once we hand this guy in, then it's time to tame our actual pet. And what are we going to tame, I wonder? I feel like a raptor is very iconic. For a troll, I feel like a raptor fits a troll very well. And raptors are cool. Obviously, like, the boar is the best, but we don't need a boar. It's Season of Discovery. We're so overpowered already. Like, we don't need a boar. Talents. I usually go with Aspect of the Hawk, but,
You look pretty strong. Listen, my good friend Kargal.
Barons. That'll be fun. Let's increase our pet's health, because I don't think I need to increase my damage, because we're using, like, overpowered abilities, but my pet dying could be an issue. We haven't really killed much yet, because we've just been doing this taming quest, so it'll be fun to get back to questing now. Oh, we leveled again, level 11. Do I have to go to Orgrimmar now, right, for this, I think? Yes, gotta go to Orgrimmar. So I can tame pets. So I could just tame a pet right now, but I need to go to Orgrimmar so I can learn Feed Pet, Mend Pet, all that stuff.
He will give you the ability to train your new pet. You will find him in the Valley of Honor.
Oh, I don't have Tame Pet yet. I lied. I have to go to Orgrimmar to Tame Pet as well. I didn't realize that. I thought I had Tame, but I didn't think I had Feed Pet or Revive Pet. So I thought I could tame it, but I can't res it or I can't feed it. But I can't even tame it yet, so we gotta go to Org anyways. So Stand on Head, if you're still there, like, are there any games that you're playing right now? Are you playing anything new? Crack a lot, rakes a lot. That's funny. What is this Heart of the Lion? Heart of the... What are these buffs? Hey, all these hunters have these buffs. Are these new things I don't know about? I wonder what the snake charmer thing is about. I still haven't forgotten about that. We gotta figure out how we can pick up snakes. something else I thought that would be really cool about Season of Discovery is if they added the opportunity for like barbers and stuff. Season of Discovery is already different from Classic, so like why not give us a barber so you can change your gender, you can change your hair, you can change like everything like you can in retail WoW. Because it already has like differences, so why not just give people the option to like customize stuff like you can in retail. Nothing new across the Obelisk. Put out some new DLC, so I'm currently wishing they actually tried to balance it. Is that what kind of game is that? I've never heard of that. Rumor has it a patch is coming soon to fix some of it at least. Oh, that's wonderful news. It's nice when games like patch their stuff at least. What are these ghosts? This is new. What's going on here? What is this? This is why I love Season of Discovery. I don't know what the hell any of this is. This is so neat. Oh man. Fun. I don't know what what is going on. Love it. I love it so much. Why are you telling me about an Orgrimmar Grunt? That's not an enemy. That's not going to attack me. Okay, this is what's going to happen now. We're about to go into Orgrimmar, and you're going to see the insanity of a Season of Discovery. There's going to be mounts and all kinds of shenanigans and Mishigas. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's just nuts, dude. Oh yeah, I forgot that guy was trying to attack me. Here we go. Here come all the crazy gear. So far, so good. All normal. That guy had a Felguard at level 28, by the way. You don't get a Felguard until like level 40 or something. What is this now? For Naxxramas, maybe. Argent Dawn. Oh, here we go. Here's what goes crazy. Here we go. There's our first Thunder Fury. You don't see those very often. Like, look at this AQ mount. Dude's on an AQ mount outside of AQ. Like, what is this? What kind of AQ? Guy's got a black Karaji battle tank. Dude. Like, it's just insane. Like, what is this enchant? What is that? What is this? What is going on? Is that a Tauren Rogue? No, it's a hunter. It's a hunter. This guy's got the blue Karaji battle tank. Like, this is just Clown Fiesta in the best way possible. It's fun as hell. Why is there a dwarf here? Dwarf of many talents? They call me Brightbeard, and I hail from far away to the east to come seeking to educate those with proper aptitude and sufficiency, deep pockets to become truly multi-talented individuals. I see. So that's for dual talent. I see. So you can have a dual spec, which they actually added to Classic, which wasn't in Classic before. How do you reach level 60 without an epic mount? Just because like gold is increased by 300%. You'd think you'd be able to buy epic right away by the time you hit 60. Maybe not. No, it's another guy without an epic mount. Look at that. So maybe it's hard. It's a roguelike deck builder. You get 4 characters, each with their own deck, then turn-based fight enemies. Oh, fun. I've heard the term roguelike a lot. Oh, look, there's another battle tank. That's so sick, these AQ mounts. I'm not really sure what roguelike means too much. But I hear the term all the time. To be fair, like I don't even know what Souls-like means anymore. Black War Rapture, such an OG mount. Black War Rapture is such a sick mount. Marty McFrost, that's a fun name for a mage. What is this flag? Horde Warband carrying a drops on death. Buddy, what is any of this nonsense? Wait a minute, can I inspect that dude from far away? Okay, no, that's a classic. So we only have 1 rune so far. I feel like I probably should have more runes. I just don't know where to get them. I could cheat, but like, let's do it. Let's try first.
I have much knowledge to impress upon you, adventurer.
That's it, boys. We can tame pets. We got it. We can tame pets now.
Hunter, I see. Yes, I will grant you the skills you need to train.
Sick. Let's go tame a pet.
Not only will you be able to teach your pet new abilities, you will now be able to feed your
We'll do
Again at a later date.
res. So before this, I was leveling my lock and a mage in. Maybe I mentioned this last time in classic. And mages, man, I've never played a mage really before. Man, mages in classic is like drinking simulator. I wish I could get the stats to how often I'm drinking versus how often I'm playing, but it feels like 5-1. It feels like for every 1 minute of gameplay, I'm spending 5 minutes drinking. It's crazy. Maybe I suck, but it seems like it's the norm. It's so strange, dude. You know what? While we're here, actually, really quick, we're going to learn engineering and mining, because while I'm questing, I may as well collect mats and level my engineering as well. Why not? I've never really taken engineering very far on a character before, so I feel like it's fun to do on a hunter. Then maybe we can do like tribute runs, if any of you guys know what that is. Okay. Got mining, got the mining pick. I don't know what this is. These shipments. 6 copper sword shards, 6 20 piece bloom. I don't know what that's all about.
Who says orcs aren't smart? It takes a lot of brains to be an engineer. Abu.
Cool. Do I need anything else from him? I don't think so.
If you don't see it in my shop, chances are good I can get it.
Don't think so.
Hurry back! Hello, adventurer. If you don't see it in my shop, chances are good I can get it.
What else do you have to say? Nothing else? Okay. Alright, let's go. This is gonna take up more bag space, but that's alright. I was gonna say another person not on an epic mount, but he's level 50. I wonder how long these people... What is that? Well rested, experience gained by 3. Boon of Black Fathom. Whoa. Interesting. The guy's a goblin. What? How are you a goblin? That's weird. What is this Heart of the Lion I see everybody with? How do you get this Heart of the Lion? How is this guy Gift of Gob? Friend, what is that? Roguelike is a game that is descended from the original Rogue. Kind of a spin-off where the game is randomly generated but not a dungeon crawler. Interesting. There. So it's not related to a card game. It doesn't have to be a card game. When I hear the word roguelike a lot, often I think people often are also playing like card games as well when they mention the word roguelike. There's another card game that everybody's freaking out about. I think it won the award, like Gamer Awards or whatever. I think I saw Pirate Software playing it this week. It's like I don't know the name. It's got a Joker on the front. Everybody likes it. It's like poker or something, I thought. I don't know what it's called. Maybe you guys have heard of it, but yeah, I can't think of the name. But supposedly it's really popular. There's a big difference between the K and T version. Oh. I understand. Roguelite? I misread. Roguelite? Roguelike. Interesting. If you feel like typing again, may I ask what the difference is between the two? Because you said there's a big difference. I'm curious what the Balantro, you know the name. Dude, that's the game. Have you played it, Dennis? That's so funny that you know what I'm talking about. Look at that. It's a pretty mount. Wow, it's so purple. It's like hot purple. That's sick. Look at that. What a cool mount. Yeah, Balantro or whatever. Everybody's really obsessed with it. The past few days, I saw like Pirate was playing it, but he's like not the only one. Like it won Game of the Year, I think. I'm like, I've never even heard of this game before. Like, but it's supposedly it's wild. People like the Steam reviews are going crazy about it. Like people really like it. It's okay. Fair. I trust your judgment. You know what, Dennis? You've not steered me wrong. Even games that I don't like that you like, they're still quality games. Like you know, if you knew how much I talked about you off stream, you'd be horrified. But you say so many insightful things. I must have said it 2 or 3 times since you've said it. I've said it to 2 or 3 people now that my friend said he likes things that are good. When I'm like, do you like this genre of music? Do you like this? You're like, I like things that are good. I'm like, that's brilliant. Like, it's just good. If it's just good, I like it. Like, it's fair. Like, you know, good transcends genres, and I agree with that. And it's so brilliant. It's so simple and it's so brilliant at the same time. I like what's good. It's just, it's so funny because like, I think people really try to like sound smart or be smart, and then you just say shit on the fly, not even thinking, or maybe you are thinking. I don't know. It seems like so casual when you say it, and it's so wise, and it's like so simple, but it's just like often like the wisest stuff is like really simple, and you're just not thinking, you're overthinking it. Like is always permadeath. Light sometimes has it. Oh god, permadeath. That's rough, dude. That's crazy, man. Holy. For those that are in, just to reiterate, for those that are in Twitch, if you don't know who I'm talking to, we also have a YouTube chat going. I apologize, we don't have an overlay yet. We're gonna work on it. That's crazy. So roguelikes. So there's roguelike, L-I-K-E, and there's roguelite, L-I-T-E, like a lighter version, easier version, a watered down version is maybe the best way I can describe it. And a roguelike, L-I-K-E, is permanent death. If you die, it's game over. A roguelite, L-I-T-E, is not always a permanent death. That's interesting. So do you like the permanent death version or the non-permanent death version more? I feel like with permanent death, the stakes are higher, but I feel like it also... I mean, I don't know for sure, but I feel like it burns to get burned by like dying like on hardcore. Eventually it's like, I give up, I don't want to do this anymore, this stinks. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some people have, you know, if anyone knows who Pops is, Pops Bar and Grill, he's a streamer. He's like, I think he's in his like late 60s at least. He wipes all the time in hardcore and loses his character, and then he just does it right again. He's like, yeah, I had fun. Because people are like, aren't you sad you lost like a level 50? He's like, no, I had fun doing it, so we'll just do it again. It's like, man, you are the perfect candidate for hardcore. Having that mentality of like, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. I am not a it's about the journey person. I'm trying my best to be it's about the journey, but I am so gung-ho about the destination. I gotta just get there. And I don't even know what I'm gonna do when I get there, but I'm like, I need to get there. And people are like, yeah, enjoy the journey. I can't enjoy the journey. I gotta get there. It's so bad. But I mean, like, you know, permanent death. God, I don't think I could do it. That's crazy, dude. I gotta track. Gotta track runes, or track mining rather. There's our rapture. But it's level 8 and we're level 11. Can I tame something higher? They're all green to me. I want to tame something a little bit higher. We're gonna go closer to the Barrens and see if they get higher level. Maybe if I gotta tame a crocodile, at least it'll be probably level 10. Because if I tame a level 8 or level 7, I have to level it up to my level, which sort of sucks. Ooh, there's a mine right there. We can mine that, and we have to kill these guys. So we'll quickly kill them, get the mine, and then go tame a pet. I wanted to tame a pet before we did this, but we're so overpowered, it's okay. The reason why we went a little bit earlier today, for those that don't know, is I do need to call it a little bit sooner. I'm probably going to end stream around, like, I think, unfortunately, like 4:30ish, because I have plans tonight. So that's why I thought if we could get on earlier, at least we could go for a little bit longer. That was my thinking. I'm pretty much just going to go until the missus comes home, because then we have plans tonight. But so she said, like, I know you're streaming today. She's like, if you can start earlier, then you can still try to get the same hours in. So it was actually her idea. As any good idea is usually her idea. Ooh. Scorpion level 7. Nothing. 4 level 7. got to be a level 10 here somewhere. I bet closer to the Barons. They're level 8. We're getting closer. The Barons are right over there. You've been playing since the 90s. Very used to it. They're turn-based, though, so in the good ones, you only die when you make a bad decision. You have unlimited time to decide your move. That's really nice. Sounds like Baldur's Gate. Level 9, that's not bad. Boar at level 9 is not bad. So maybe we can do a boar for now. Level 11. Let's tame a level 11. That's our level. That's awesome. I didn't want to do boar, though. Boar feels like cheating, because boars are just so overpowered. And they're not very cool. Can we tame a rapture? Level 8. Ah. Level 8. Why was there one level 11 just sitting there? What is that? Where are the other level 11 boars? We could leave here, because all these quests are green now, but we'll do it. Oh, level 9, Croc, not bad. Can we find higher level than level 9? Level 10, Croc! Level 11, Croc! Level 11! We're taming you. Taming a Croc. What does a Croc have? Bite! Bite rank 1. Let's do it, boys. First tame. Ready? Here we go. Hands off. Hopefully this works. Been playing since the 90s. Decide your move. Diablo 1 is actually an attempt to make a real-time graphical roguelike. Hence the random maps and random loot drops. So, is Diablo... Don't die. Close. Whew. We don't have meat to feed him, though. Yes, we do, a little bit. Is Diablo a roguelike? Because it's like a sort of random with the enemies? Or... I think Dennis called it an ARPG, an action RPG. It's another adder, but I can't tame the adder, right? No, you have too many pets already. Could I have tamed the adder? I don't want to give it my pet just to not be able to tame it. If I don't even click it, if I just click this, you have too many pets already? You can't do it while moving. Oh, you have too many pets already, so yeah. Even the rabbit, you have too many pets already, so it doesn't even mean I could tame it. Alright, we'll come back here, we'll get this. Cool. We'll mine this for engineering. Man, it's crazy. We're level 11 already. We've only been playing for a little bit. That's nuts. Oh, again, I'm so used to retail where you mine it, you get it all. You have to keep mining, though, in a classic to get all the items from it until it taps. We'll give him... He's only gonna eat meat, so we gotta give him tough jerky. Oh, don't pull the scorpion. Sweet, we didn't pull. Alright, let's run all the way back to Senjin Village. We'll do that quest, Zalazane, and we'll slowly make our way through all these other quests as well. And we'll hand them all in at once. Diablo is an ARPG, but the roots of it came from roguelikes. Dropped the turn-based, dropped the permadeath, kept as much randomness as they could. Interesting. So tell me if this is incorrect, because I heard people, I thought it was on Reddit that people said this. They said that Resident Evil 8, the one, Resident Evil Village, which I think is number 8, I think they called it an action RPG. Is Resident Evil an RPG? Because I was under the impression that, like, Final Fantasy is an RPG, Pokemon's an RPG. Like, it just feels like sometimes that the names or the genres get spread so thin that, like, it sort of loses its meaning. But, like, isn't everything technically an RPG if you're playing as someone else? You're playing a different role than you are? Like, I don't really know, like, what RPG means anymore when we start calling everything an RPG. I thought, like, an RPG is, like, designing your character, making choices matter. That's sort of, like, what I thought an RPG meant. But, like, that's sort of every game now. Any game that's not, like, Mario, where you're locked in, pretty much has RPG elements at this point, right? Or am I missing something?
What are you looking for?
Okay, we have a little bit of meat for now, so we're okay. You won't eat, like, fungus, right? Nah. Probably just meat. I feel like he only eats meat. Okay, so how do we... Let's talk to him one more time. There doesn't need to be a snake. Very perceptive of you. Co-star slid off while I was eating lunch. Perhaps someone with your keen instincts. Track. So this is track down a replacement. I know there's a snake vendor where you can buy a pet snake. But I just figured... We should maybe get all the quests. If we have time to get all the quests. Yeah, we have space. We can get all the quests. I figured, it wouldn't be like that. Hey, welcome back, Torn. Can't really type. Have some executives here. No stress, man. RPG means you have skill points. Okay, that makes sense. So skill points is what does an RPG. So WoW is an RPG, an MMORPG, because you have skill, a talent tree. RPG has definitely gotten tossed around enough to lose its meaning. Skill points, stats, leveling. Okay, interesting. So I think Resident Evil does have a few of those elements because you can choose the weapons you want, and you can choose more health, faster reload speed, bigger ammo pouch, and you sacrifice other things. You have to pick some and not others. So you have to choose your playstyle. So I guess that is RPG elements. So maybe they're right. And I think the reason why they called Village specifically an action RPG, I think, is because they didn't feel it was as horror as the other Resident Evils were, which is partially true. I don't know if it still felt pretty scary in my opinion, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys played Resident Evil Village, but there were elements of scare in my opinion. It was pretty frightening. Diablo's an action RPG, definitely. I see why you say that now. If talents, leveling, what else did you say? Skill points, stats, leveling, that's all in Diablo. That's you can build your own talent trees. If that's what an RPG is, then Diablo is definitely an RPG, an action RPG. You're definitely spot on with that definition. A lot of AAA games like to add RPG elements to try to appeal to more people, since some RPGs of the past got successful. Definitely. It's funny because I even remember Sonic Adventure having RPG elements, because Sonic Adventure for Dreamcast, I believe you could... was it Sonic Adventure? It may have been the other one where he turns into a werewolf. But I thought Sonic Adventure had it too. You could choose like increase bonus from rings, increase speed, increase start the map with one ring. So if you die, it's not an instant death. I think it was stuff like that. Sort of like skill points. I don't remember if that was Sonic Adventure or if that was just the werewolf one that started doing that. But supposedly some of the newer Sonic games have like elements like that now, where you can like sort of put like you can choose like different skills. I was thinking like what games, like I have a whole bunch backlogged for us to play on stream, but I'm like, what other games would I like all the games that I have are like sweaty, serious Souls-like games. I have like Sekiro, I want to play the Dark Souls series. I want to play Elden Ring. Like these are games that like I feel like I can't play them all back to back. I need something chill in between. That's not WoW. So I was thinking like Sonic Adventure, because I haven't played it in so long, and it's like probably my favorite game of all time. And I could probably buy it for like, $5 on Steam. Little Nightmares 2. I've never played that. I loved Little Nightmares 1. That would be fun to play on stream. It's a chill game. So we'll like in between like the Souls games, we'll like try to sneak in a few more chill games. BG3 is the only AAA game I've played in the last 5 years. Kind of upset with the AAA industry as a whole. Yeah, I agree. I certainly agree with that. I feel like I talk too much about Elden Ring. I don't shut up about it. But other than like Red Dead Redemption, I've spent, at least in Canada, it's like $90 for a game. It's very expensive for a game. And I've been burned so many times. And then I played Red Dead Redemption, and I'm like, this is worth the $90. I've spent enough time playing this game that I've definitely gotten $90 worth of entertainment out of this, plus more. I sank hundreds of hours into Red Dead Redemption 1, hundreds of hours into Red Dead Redemption 2, close to 200 hours in Baldur's Gate. Like, so these games were worth the price tag, but a lot of them aren't. And that sort of burns, sort of hurts. So I'm like hesitant to like pull the trigger on a lot of games. Like you said, like the hype is so big, and then it sucks. I got burned with New World. I was so excited for that. My friends were so excited. It just sucked. There's a few other games too that just weren't for me. Like, they just sucked. So I don't know. At least it sounds like some people enjoy Elden Ring. Too many AAA games are watered down versions of popular game of the past. This is the thing. The reason why I don't shut up about Elden Ring, the reason why I don't shut up is because, like Red Dead Redemption, it's like, in my opinion, one of the greatest games of all time. I haven't played the other Souls games yet. I'm really excited for Sekiro, just because I love Samurai like so much. I love the aesthetic of it so much. But Elden Ring was just, it was an experience that, to this day, I'm excited to play it again. I bought it for PC just so I could play on stream because I already have a PS4, and I'm going to stream it. And I haven't played the DLC yet, but like, in my opinion, like Baldur's Gate, it's one of the greatest games of all time, Elden Ring. As far as Souls games, I haven't played the other Souls games, but I think most people would agree that of all the Souls games, Elden Ring is probably the number one, because it took all the elements that made all the other ones great and just times it by 1,000. And I've seen the other Souls games, and they look like fun, but Elden Ring looks like the best. It looks like they learned from every other game and what works, and then put it all in one game. The game was stunning, visually stunning. The gameplay was stunning. The story was incredible. Like, everything about it was just perfection, in my opinion. And I feel the same way about Baldur's Gate. So that's why I don't shut up about it, because it's like, it deserves the praise. The industry needs to learn. This is what you need to do if you want to have that kind of success. People won't be pissed to pay that much money if it's worth it. But when you're burning people, when you're lying, when you're making claims, when you're promising patches and updates, and then you're pulling the rug and changing things last minute after people already spent money, like, it puts a bad taste in people's mouths. They don't want to keep taking a chance, right? Like, I don't know. Skyrim was the worst. I played the first 3 of the series when they were current. Skyrim, though, tried way too hard to mass appeal and ruined it. It's so funny you say that, because it feels like Skyrim comes out with like the 10th anniversary edition, the 20th anniversary edition, the 25-year anniversary, like every year, like Skyrim just keeps coming out again. It's like, and people keep buying it. And I've never played Skyrim, but like, people love it. They're obsessed with it. And it's like, when it keeps coming out, it's the same game. Are they just remastering it every like 3 years and just releasing it at full price again? Is that what's happening? It's weird. I don't know. I keep seeing Skyrim is out. A new version of Skyrim is out. It's like, hasn't it been out like 20 times? I don't know. Dennis, did you play Skyrim? There was a really fun game that, I don't know why I thought about this, but, we learned Byte. It's called, Cameo? Master of Elements or something. See if I can find it. This is it. Was it Elements? Elements of Power. Cameo Elements of Power. This is it. Hold on. Let's see. We can bring it up. There. I don't know if this looks familiar to you guys. This game, I got it for Xbox when it first came out. It was so much fun. Like, it was such a fun game. And the game was, I don't know why I thought about this, but like up here, if you can see up here, like the different buttons you choose transform you into different elements, and you have like different abilities. So you would turn into like this Yeti, which would like climb stuff. Then you would turn into like a different character, and like the different characters would have like different abilities, so you could like fight bosses different ways, and you would turn into like this elemental guy, and like his fists were like boxing gloves, and he would like punch. He was like a DPS character. This guy was like a tank. This one down here, it was a weird game, very experimental, but it was at a time when I think the video game industry was like, Xbox just came out. Xbox and PlayStation were like fighting for like number one. And I think everybody was trying to like be the cutting edge of like this is what the industry is going to be about, and creativity was at an all-time high, and people were super experimental with stuff, and it was a really exciting time to be in video games because everybody was really hungry for their piece of the pie because video games were like so hot, and it was fun to see what people were like doing because now it feels like everybody's just trying to copy each other based on like what was successful last year. A lot of the same. A lot of like, this is our version of a roguelike. This is our version of Baldur's Gate. It's like, just try something new. Like, ugh, I don't know. It feels like the video game industry like needs a bit of a refresher. We need some fresh talent, some fresh ideas. Sorry, what'd you say? Don't bother with it. In BG3, decisions actually have an effect on the story, world. In Skyrim, almost no decision has any lasting effect. Dennis likes Skyrim the most. Morrowind was vastly better than Skyrim. So I have Morrowind. I got it for free. One time Amazon's like, hey, Morrowind is free if you want it. So I was like, okay, so I downloaded it. But I've never played it. But that's funny that you don't like Skyrim and Dennis likes Skyrim because I've heard more people like Dennis. I've heard more people are like obsessed with the game. People have spent like 500 hours. Like they play Skyrim like I play WoW. Like they just degen it. They've done everything multiple times, leveled multiple classes. So it's funny that you're not a fan of it, which just goes to show like there's no right or wrong opinion. You can't please everybody. Like, yeah, I think that's interesting, and I think it's better to not try to please people. It's better to. I think that's where the game industry has gone wrong. I think they're trying to make everybody happy and appease everyone, and you can't. There's too many different, varying opinions. You got to pick your audience, stick to it, do what you do best, and then just alienate everyone else. I'd rather you alienate a big audience and do what you do really well than try to do a little bit of everything. Because you're a jack of all trade, a master of none. And I know the saying is, what is it? Jack of all trade, master of none. Better to be a jack of all than a jack of one or something like that. But I still disagree with that. I don't know. Like, just be really good at one thing. I probably slaughtered that quote, but I thought it's something like that, where, like, generally when you say you're a jack of all trade, but a master of none, it implies it's more useful to be a master of one thing than not. But I think the full saying says the opposite, that it's still better to be a jack of all trades. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've heard the saying, but I think it's misquoted a lot, jack of all trades, where I think they imply it's better to focus on one thing, but I think the full quote actually says the opposite, but it could be incorrect. I'm just waiting for someone in chat to correct me. Skyrim has a lot to explore. It got that part right, at least. Once that is done, the game is pretty shallow. Fair. That's a fair critique. What about it do you like so much, Dennis, if I may ask? Last part is better than a master of one. There. Jack of all trades, master of none, but a jack of all trades is better than a master of one? Is that what it is? Which I disagree with, respectfully. I feel like, you know, if Baldur's Gate only made games like Baldur's Gate moving forward, they would still probably be able to feed their families and buy a home and send their kids to college because people will pay top dollar for more Baldur's Gate if they just keep doing what they did so well the first time. Even if it's not Baldur's Gate, even if like they take the Alien franchise and they use the IP and they make like an Alien RPG where like you're on the ship and like your decisions matter and you're trying to like survive, like whatever it is, who cares? They just take the elements that made Baldur's Gate a hit and they apply it to a new genre with the same elements and what they do best. I feel like if it's just more of the same done very well, people will respond well to that because there's an audience for that. I think if you try to like spread yourself super thin and try to cover as much ground as possible, like WoW is doing, I think you appease to no one, personally. Thank you, Torin, though, for that. You always come in with the with the answer. The first three are unplayable, made hard just for the sake of making them hard. Just so a few players can say, I walked from here to there and it took 4 days of gaming to do so. Oh, do you mean in Skyrim or the Morrowind games? I'm actually like, I'll be honest, and I don't know if I mentioned this before, but like I'm a little bit like, I've never touched Sekiro, and I'm like sort of afraid. I'm like sort of like intimidated to try it because people say it's like crazy hard. It's so hard, and I'm terrible at video games, as you've seen. I enjoy them, but I am just terrible at video games. So I just hope that I can like even play it or like beat it or learn how to do it. Nice, our pet got a loyalty point. And if I do it on stream, like I just hope it's not like terrible content where I'm just getting murdered the whole time because I can't figure out the mechanics. And since the past is always better, they think it was better gameplay. Oh, fair. The first, second one definitely had their issues, but I played them when they were new. 2 was unplayable without fast travel. They were better compared to other games at the time. Oh, fair. You guys mean Morrowind, I think you mean. I played a very little bit when I got it for free on Amazon, just logged in to see what it was about. And the graphics definitely were like much older graphics. But it sort of reminded me of WoW from what little I saw, I guess. And I very little, very, very little. I played for like maybe 20 minutes. But it had just elements of like, it's a similar kind of genre, I thought. But I hope I'm not mixing it up with another game. But I think it was Morrowind. I'm pretty sure it was Morrowind. You got to pick a race and a class, I think. But I thought it was first person. Is it first person perspective? I thought. The story in Skyrim is worse. Oh damn, sorry to hear that. I've seen so much footage of Skyrim where people are like playing crazy builds, fighting dragons, casting magic. It looks like a fun game. So I'm sorry to hear it's not that great. That's disappointing. This is going to be a nasty pull because there's so many ads here. Like I got to start clearing just to get here. I've got to do the quest anyway, so. Damn, man, we crush. It's crazy how much harder we hit compared to Classic. It's absolutely insane. That's the guy we need. We're going to pull him. We're going to pull him out. Kite him out. Send the pet in. Hit the explosive shot. Right? Kite, hit you with a concussive. We don't have. Send the pet at you. Hit you with one of those. Concussive. The kite. Explosive shot on you. You're... Nope. Back to the pet. Madamana. Come on, pet. Can I kite him? Concussive. Explosive. Serpent. Dead. Explosive. Dead. Nice. Look at this. We're making progress. We could make bandages as well. We will get rid of... We'll actually use that and throw out this belt. Then we'll pick this protection up, put it on ourselves, and loot the axe. Now we have to run up there, I believe, to click the skull of the brother as well, I believe. That poor orc died. I wonder if he's ever going to come back. His body was there before. Nice. This is the skull we click. Thank you, sir. Gotta make more room. We'll get rid of this one, because I don't know what this is, but... Wow, he's got that ability, whatever that ability is already? That's crazy, man. Season of Discovery just gives you endgame abilities right at the start. That's so silly. It's so fun. Ooh, I gotta teach him Growl. He's gotta learn Growl. Yeah, he knows Growl. Sick. Growl is helpful. Hold and aggro. Morrowind was 3. Still has fun aspects even today. Creating a spell to jump across the world will never not be fun. That's silly. Skyrim's a lot of fun. You would have a blast there, Nolly. Sure, I'll have to look. I know Skyrim sometimes goes on sale for like $5 or whatever. Like, I'll have to look into it. Maybe it's another... Look, anything we can play on stream, like... I'm more motivated to play games now, especially new games, because, like, it's sort of like... a little bit more of like a community thing now with you guys. Like it's fun to play with you guys. So I'm more open to like genres I normally wouldn't explore. I'll have to look into Skyrim though. I'll add it to the Steam wishlist or whatever. I assume he'd have fun on the first playthrough, maybe even the second. After that, the cracks really start to show. Try to do quests differently. Realize most of them can only be finished the one way. Interesting. The quests are like amusement park rides. The roller coaster goes along the track and is the same thing every time. That makes sense. I get what you mean by that. It appears like you have choice, but in the end, it really bottlenecks you down the same route anyways. Does Skyrim have classes and stuff? Like you could be different classes? I think Skyrim is the game, like there's an arrow in my knee or something, right? People make jokes about that, like an arrow in my knee, or I know there's like a meme or something like that. Uh, 8 out of 8. Ooh, chest. Our first chest. What's in the chest? What's in the box? What's in the chest? Nice. Potions. Let's take some potions. Let's get rid of the mushrooms for the potions. I'd rather have the potions. The mushrooms I can't feed to my guy. This guy's killing the voodoo trolls I need. I need 2 more of these. Would you like to group? Just to finish the quest so we're not stealing each other's mobs? We don't have to, I mean... You could have gotten credit for that, right? Just need 1 more anyways, and I'm out of your hair. Stairs don't go anywhere. Figured why fight over same mobs. That's just my logic. Like, I don't get when people don't want to group. It's like, buddy, like, I'm a hunter. You're never going to steal mobs from me. I'm just stealing from you. I'm just trying to do you a favor here. That's been my whole experience in Classic. I ask people, do you want to group? They say, no, I'm good. And then I steal their mobs. Like, all right, can we group? It's like, Jesus Christ. This is my point. My point is, I'm going to steal the mobs from you. So do you want credit or not? That's really what I'm asking. I'm trying to be polite. Like, I don't want to steal the mobs from you. It makes sense to me for us to just collaborate. It's not like we're stealing, Can you finish? What do you need? Are you done? I'll help him finish, but like, when you have to kill stuff, instead of fighting over it, why not just work together? Like, it's so dumb. Like, I understand you don't want to share loot, but it's like, then you're just gonna miss out on the loot, because I'm a hunter, and like, the chances of you getting a mob before me is very unlikely. That's just how it is. I can't see what he needs, so I don't know what he needs. Skyrim doesn't have classes. Everyone has the same skills. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, I guess he needs hex trolls. I'll just keep killing stuff for him. Screw it. Just keep killing hex trolls until he's done. Wonder if he speaks English. I've played with a few players now where they haven't responded, and I believe it's because they don't speak English, because the few times they have responded, they would respond in like Spanish or something. So it's like, so that's why it's a bit of like a language barrier. It's happened a few times the past few days, actually, where we were trying to coordinate group quests with someone that like speaks like Spanish. One gentleman spoke French, and we're trying to like point through emotes to be like, this is what you need. Okay. I don't know if he's doing a quest. Is he gonna loot the head? Does he need a quest? He's just killing mobs? Like, what is he doing? Oh, I'm happy to help him finish the quest, but I don't know what we're doing here. Is he gonna loot the head? Is he done? Maybe he's done. There you go, he's done. Alright, I guess he got what he needed. Alright, maybe he doesn't, I don't think he speaks English. That's maybe why he just emoted at me. That makes sense. Often, I don't know how Season of Discovery works, but I know often when you group with Ragnaros players, often they're Spanish speaking. Because I thought it was a Spanish server. I could be wrong. Cool, got that. Let's move on. Oh boy. Alright, we'll fight you. Fuck it, free XP, and then we'll run. Goodness. So the leveling slowed down significantly now, but also because like I was running back and forth, doing quests, a lot of that kind of stuff. But to be fair, we're gonna clear the map, hand in all these quests, and that'll be a ton of XP. We'll like literally fill this up and hand the whole thing in all at once, which is fun to do. You guys have plans for the weekend? I know today's only Thursday, but technically it's when my weekend starts. Like Sunday is when it, or Saturday is when it ends. Like Sunday is sort of the beginning of the work week. I have not stopped thinking about that being called hyper. That's the funniest thing to me. I feel like I definitely am hyper. I think it's just my personality though. Man, I've been, who was it? Oh Christ. I was live streaming once with my friend and someone asked me if I was on cocaine. I've never done cocaine in my life. It's like, no, it's just raw, unfueled, or uncut anxiety. That's all that is. I don't need cocaine. I've never had an interest. It's like, do you think I need it? Do you see how, like, insane I am without it already? I'm, like, already going into, like, a cocaine-induced psychosis without even using the stuff. You think I need it? Jesus Christ, man. Holy moly, I need the opposite. We have quite a bit of copper ore already. That's awesome. I didn't think we'd accumulate it that fast. Ooh, we got our first bag. Huge, huge. Okay. What can we get rid of? That's to feed him though. Shit. Get rid of the water. I don't need the water. I can get more water. Now we have more bag space. Love it. Look at that. Beautiful. First bag is absolutely wonderful. And I feel like the economy's tanked because it's been around for so long, so you could probably score some bags pretty cheap, plus with the gold bonus from this Discovers to Light, whatever that is. I wonder how long that lasts for. Maybe is that a permanent buff? I wonder. I don't know. I was going to hand in all the quests at once, but this will clear our bags a little bit if we hand these quests in, so we'll have to do that. I like doing it all at once, but god damn, man. It's just not enough space. We'll sell a lot of stuff here now. We'll sell that. That's just a skull to use. Okay. Oh, there's another mine right there. Sick. I gotta put... let's try Chimera Shot. I like Explosive Shot, but we'll just try Chimera Shot just to try it. Just to see what it's like. And this, 135 weapon damage, refreshing the current sting on your target. Serpent Sting instantly deals 48% of the damage done by your Serpent Sting. I feel like this might be better. I feel like Chimera Shot's probably better for mobs that live longer and like boss fights, because you can get the or PvP. You can get the Scorpion Sting. Oh, no, Serpent Sting. That's Serpent Sting. Yeah. It increases, instantly deals 40% of the damage done by Serpent Sting. Maybe it's good for like solo targets, but the explosive I feel like kills them quick. Maybe this will too though. We'll see. Maybe it's a preference thing. God, these guys are gray now? That's crazy. Is the quest gray now? Or is it still green? It's still green. So it's worth doing. God, they're gray. That's crazy. We're leveling too damn fast. Let's hit him with this. That. How's it do? It's okay. It's not bad. It does multi-shot as well, right? I guess. I thought it hit the target next to you as well or something, but... Interesting. I feel like I like Explosive Shot better, but... Ooh, there's a green one. So that missed. That sucked. Supposedly, so Season of Discovery came out with a new dungeon. I think it was yesterday or like the day before. It's called Karazhan Crypts, which is really exciting. And supposedly it is incredibly difficult. The people that are like sweats in Season of Discovery, the streamers that I watch, like Guzu, which like he plays Season of Discovery fairly often, or used to at least. He's got quite high level characters. He was excited to come back for this, and he did it, and he was struggling. He's like, this is a lot harder than I expected, and I heard a few people say that. So that's really cool that there's like new content and it's tough. That's fun. It's really fun to like struggle a little bit in WoW, because when you play the game for long enough, everything feels pretty easy to overcome. So it's nice to be able to have to work a little bit. Well, I didn't think we'd find this much copper, so that's really cool because we can level engineering a little bit now. I don't know how much we're going to actually need to level, but... if anyone's watching, if I may ask, if you're willing to like the video or whatever, I appreciate it. You don't have to, but it just, once in a while I ask. It seems to work since I've been asking, people have been doing it, so no pressure ever, but I just thought I'd ask. It seems to help. You know, when I first started, we were at like 150 something subscribers, and since I started asking, we've been growing a little bit more. So we're at like 163 now, which is pretty exciting. So I think it's when people like it, I feel like more people find us, then more people maybe enjoy the content. So that's all. That's why I ask. It does feel gross though, I'll be honest with you, but it seems to work. Oh, it's a chest. Let's get the chest. This is a bit of a hairy pull. Let's give it like a second. We have health pots though. We'll start here. Someone's gonna come and steal this chest if I'm not quick enough. You next. They do die very quick. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe I'm just crazy, or maybe it is scummy. I don't know. It does feel scummy. Sorta. To ask. I don't know. I don't know, dude. What do you want from me? Copper. Wow, that's a lot of potions, man. Holy moly, there's a lot of potions in here. We'll lose that. We'll gain that. Damn, we got a lot of health pots out of that. That was crazy. That probably would have been an upgrade, that gun, but I don't know where you learn guns. I think I gotta go to Undercity. I think. Or Thunderbluff, maybe. I think guns are either... I think Tauren use guns. So I think it's Tauren. Because Undead don't have hunters. I wonder what this is. This Adventurer's Remains. This is some kind of a rune of something, clearly. And I know there were runes all over the map, so like I still gotta do more stuff to get runes. I gotta do the snake thing. I'll have to figure that out. Ooh, there's another one back there. Okay, I'll have to get that after. Did we finish this quest? I think we did. Okay, we did. I'm just gonna check what's over here really quick to make sure I didn't miss. There's no rune or anything that, like, maybe. Probably a 2. I thought we would pull more than just the 1, I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked that we only got the 1. Cool. I should... Oh, where is it? Shoot. It's under, I think... Oh, is it under Marksman? Auto shot. Just in case, so I can auto shot when I'm out of mana. It's interesting that they gave hunters mana, not focus, because focus is the new, like, energy that they use instead of mana in retail WoW, and I'm curious why they chose to stick with mana for Season of Discovery instead of focus. So it doesn't seem like there's a rune here or anything. Okay, fair. Heal our way up. Dude, you're so funny, man. I'm like, I don't get it. Wow, you have a hunter, but your name's... I get it, dude. You're so goddamn funny. Oh my god, man. Torrens use guns, and he's like, I don't use guns. Jesus, man. How did I... Did I not make that connection before? That's crazy. Your name is the same name as the race in WoW. 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 Man, you're quick. You're so quick, Torin. Holy shit. That's a much cool... Not, it was... You know, I always thought you had a very, regal-sounding name. Your name sounds very royal, in my opinion. Like the name of, like, a prince or a king or something, but... I like it even more than I liked it before. And I already liked it before because it was very unique. But now it's just got even more coolness because it reminds me of the race. That's so sick. And what's funny is you're wise. Like Tauren are. Tauren are very wise, right? They're like ancient and wise, and that's so funny. The name fits. Man, is it worth killing these guys to get that again? There's another one up there. All right, let's do it. Fuck it. Like, let's level our engineering. Imagine we leveled it so early on because we have all these ore. It's worth it. Engineering will be really helpful. You can make all kinds of bombs and dynamite, goggles, all that fun stuff. Razzmatazz, shugs and jazz, as the kids say. The kids don't say that. The kids that say that are locked in a psych ward. Okay. Mining level 10. We got all this. We have all this ore, and we're only level 10. That's absolutely insane. Holy moly. I think I gotta go to Orgrimmar soon to clear these bags to make some stuff here. Like, holy man. I can condense this ore if I go to the bank. Or not the bank, the blacksmith trainer or engineer trainer or smelter. Smelter, I hardly know her. Okay. Alright. I feel like around here I saw a rune or something. Oh. Oh. Carve. Is that a quest? I don't even have a quest called Carve, but that's the dude, I think, with the snake. Kill Razormane Quillboars until the... That's it, dude! The pheromones! That's how you tame the adder! It tells you to do it here, so that's cheating a bit. I did fuck up. I didn't realize the add-on would tell me. But I'm like, how... I feel like you get this... You tame a snake somehow. But it says right here, you get a pheromone. And so to be fair, if I didn't cheat by accident and read that, I would have killed these guys. So I'm going there to do the quest now anyways. and they would have dropped, and I would have been like, oh, that's how you tame the snake. So I got a little bit ahead of myself, but that's still really exciting. We figured it out like that. That's really, really exciting, dude. That's really, really exciting. This is why I love Season of Discovery, because that's fun, it's exciting, it's different, it's new. We just discovered, hey, there's like a secret little rune that you get by like taming a snake, bringing it back to the snake tamer. Like, who is that dead guy? Who is that? What's that skeleton all about? Is that a hunter thing? Is that just for other people? Is that for anybody to do? Like, there's so much mystery in this world, and I don't want to Google it. The fun is figuring it out. Gaelic, whoever. Oh, chef. That's so sick, man. Wow. Your name is Gaelic, right? Not Taur, not the race of Tauren, but your version Tauren is Gaelic. That's so funny that it's chef, because you're like, or is it, wait, chief. You said chief. Never mind. Kill this guy. So we go in here. These two different quests. Sailors. Those are also sailors. Plus the leader, right? Yeah, plus the leader. I think they're two different quests, though. I wonder if there's a rune in here. I feel like there's a rune in here. Yeah, these guys are gray, but that's fine. We'll quickly bang this out, get a little bit of free XP, see if there's a rune in here. I feel like there might be. That's French, right? Cordon bleu? Is that how you say that? I think there's like a joke. I think the joke is the French designed a tank with 14 gears, 13 that go backwards, and 1 that moves forwards in case the enemy attacks from behind. Something like that. It's a stupid joke about how like the French are. I think it's just shitting on them. Maybe because of what happened in World War II. I don't know. There's always jokes about how the French are like cowardly in war. I don't know, man. I don't know history. I just know these stupid jokes that I was told. They're jokes from like elementary school, right? Like, I just have a whole bunch of jokes up in the dome. Chrome dome that I can save for when I'm home. Alone. Another stupid one is, what do you call a fish without eye? What do you call a fish without an eye? A fish. These elementary school jokes. I don't know why I still remember them. I don't know, dude. That's the leader. Is there any runes here or anything? Anything special? Maybe he'll drop something. Maybe he'll drop a rune. Let's see. That's why I want to do all these quests, because I feel like if I skip something, I might miss something. Perfect example is that like that snake quest. If I were to, I could go to the Barrens right now. I'm high enough to go to the Barrens. I'm definitely high enough to go to the Barrens. Could have gone at level 10. But what if like I missed the adder quest for the snake guy? Like I could miss a rune, right? So now you won't miss it. I've been playing a Warlock in Classic for like 2 days now. I think 2 days. And she's level 10. And I've played this guy for 2 hours and I'm already almost 13. Holy moly. Envelope. You open the aged and weathered envelope and discover an official-looking document. You recognize the seal of Admiral Proudmoore, Jaina's father. This looks important. Perhaps Gar Thok, the commander of Razor Hill, would be interested in having this information. That's so fun. They're referencing Jaina's dad. If you guys know who Jaina Proudmoore is. It's funny because when Shadowheart got her, when she had her white hair, she reminded me of Jaina. She looked like Jaina, I thought. Is my pet running the whole way through? Is he going to aggro everything? Might be better to just run away from him so he disappears and I can call him back. Yeah, he's pulling aggro. He's pulling mobs. We're going to run away? Yeah, now we can just summon him again. Where's my whistle? Call. There. There we are. How do you get a Frenchman to not retreat? Point him at the French leadership. Okay, see, why are the French getting shit on? What happened to the French? Is it because of World War II? Is that what all this where all this started? Was it before? Why do the French have this reputation? This is a super ignorant question that I'm sure will be used against me for the rest of my life. But I'm genuine. It's a serious question. Was Napoleon French? Was he? Because for some reason I feel like he was, but am I incorrect? Am I like, I'm super ignorant. If that's not clear yet, for some reason I thought, with that said, French retreat jokes are crazy considering Napoleon era. Okay, he is French, so I'm not as stupid as I think I am, or maybe I am because I wasn't confident in so maybe I am as stupid as I think I am. So now I'm stupid and hyper. So maybe I'm hyper stupid. But I thought, for some reason, I thought he was French, Napoleon. I want to see Ridley Scott's Napoleon. I know people are like, it was dog shit, like, it stinks, it wasn't real, you know, he's like, he stinks, there were aliens, Ridley, is it? Or not Ridley, what's her name? Yeah, Ridley, right? That's Sigourney Weaver? Yeah, he's fighting xenomorphs. No, I'm just kidding. But people were like, it wasn't accurate, it was a shitty movie, but it looked cool. Joaquin Phoenix is a killer actor. I would love to see it, just to see it, you know. To be fair, I feel like the same people that said Napoleon sucked as a movie probably also like Saltburn. And Saltburn, I thought sucked. I was bored, I couldn't wait for it to end, and people raved about how great it was. So I just have a differentiating opinion, I guess, from the norm. I don't know, Norm Macdonald. Not sure why the French get shit on, but they do know how to treat nobles correctly. Fair. So Napoleon was French. Okay, that's good to know, because I thought he was. And I thought he was like he was a vicious leader. Didn't Napoleon conquer a lot, right? Like, he was very successful during his reign. So I just think it's interesting that like the French are known for like being cowardice when I believe he was forced to be reckoned with at the time. And I believe when Ridley Scott was asked, someone's like, this movie's not very accurate. Does that upset you? He's like, fuck off, it's a movie. That's just how Ridley Scott is. He's like, he doesn't like interviews, he doesn't like trick questions, he's just a crotchety old man. I love it so much. At least he's genuine, you know? Like, you know, own it. He's very good at what he does. He makes some pretty great movies, in my opinion. I'm a big fan of his work. So... take some liberties, what do I care? I'm not watching the Napoleon movie to be like, I'm sure this is entirely historically accurate, and I'm going to use what I've learned in this film to teach other people about French history. Like, I don't watch movies like that for that reason. Who was it? Alex Haley. If you guys know who Alex Haley is, Alex Haley, I believe that's his name, wrote a book called Roots, and the book Roots was made into a television show with, I think, Ben Vereen played Chicken George. And was it LeVar Burton? Was he in it as well? I think LeVar Burton may have been in it. Yeah, was LeVar Burton Kunta Kinte? I don't know if you guys know what Roots is. Roots is a show. It was a very famous show. Hey, this guy's name is Gooner. We talked about gooning last time. This guy's name is Gooner. Look at that. But Roots was, at the time it came out, it was about slavery in America. And when it came out, it was very influential. It was groundbreaking television, very impactful. Everybody was talking about it. And I believe Alex Haley, I believe that's his name, the writer of the book, said this was based off his family. It was based on a true story, based on journals he found or something like that. He wrote a story about his family, and I think it came out that he made it up. And people were very hurt by that. Why would you make this up? You're lying. You're a fraudster. None of this actually happened. Kunta Kinte wasn't real. It's like, who cares if it was real or if it wasn't real? Like, even if it's a fictional story about like slavery, it's still like it hit you it hit the right emotions, and it showed you how like demeaning it is, how disgusting it was, how dark it was in American history, and like how easily it could happen again. So even if it's not like entirely accurate, like you don't need to watch movies for their accuracy. You just watch it for the emotion that it provokes and the meaning behind the story. It doesn't always have to be true for it to be impactful. So I thought it was just sort of strange that like as soon as people found out it was fake, it's like, well, it loses all credibility now. It's like it doesn't lose. It was still a meaningful show. It still had meaning. Like it still like conveyed emotion, and you felt sympathy for the characters. And I just thought it was strange. I just thought it was strange that people just completely threw the baby out with the bathwater when they found out it was fake. Like, well, then none of it means anything. Then it was a very strange. I don't know. You. Oh, Dennis. Yeah, it's Diablo, dude. Treading dangerous waters here. Not really, man. Yeah, look. I mean, I like how you're listening. You always think it's okay to do bad things for a good goal. I think he shouldn't have lied. I agree that he should not have lied. But like, if you watch Roots, it's still like, it's still impactful. You know, oh, James Earl Jones was in it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was a young James Earl Jones. Am I crazy? I agree with you. That's the biggest issue that I have with it too. It's like, I don't know why you lied. If you would have said this is a fictional story about slavery, everybody still would have eaten it up. They still would have been like, this is crazy. Like this, the characters are so real. The story is heartbreaking. It's just so much, like it's tragic. Brilliant story writing. Like it still holds up. Like it's one of the few things that like, it doesn't matter like how old it is. It's still like brilliant television. And the acting is just phenomenal. Like, but, the biggest issue is just like, don't lie. But I still don't think it took away from like the impact that like it has. You know, like Schindler's List isn't like a one-to-one retelling of history. There were some creative what are the word, leaps that were for the sake of the story. But it's still like an impactful movie, right? You lie. You are the most wrong person in history. You know, I'm the most wrong hyper person in history. You're not wrong. The issue is that they're not transparent. Yeah, look how involved people got in shit like Game of Thrones. The lie 100% changed history in people's mind. That over time changes history itself. You don't have to lie and say it was real. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. Alex Haley lying about it was like dumb. I don't get it. Blew up in his face. That part I didn't understand. Just tell the fictional story and it still works. It's still like impactful. Like it's based on like true like circumstances, or it's inspired by true events. Like that's what you could say, and I think that's enough. But I don't know why. I thought it was strange that he lied about it. I still don't really know why he lied about it. I think he passed away a long time ago. I don't think he's around anymore. I could be wrong. But yeah. But it was man, the cast was crazy. When you watch the cast, was Eartha Kitt in in Roots? I don't know. But it was great, man. If you guys anyone hasn't seen Roots, I haven't seen the new one. I don't know about the new one, but the old one was like crazy. It was so good. It was very depressing. It is really depressing. But it you know what's interesting is, and I find this often, in like in the depression of it is a lot of beauty, because like there are really beautiful moments in the show. Where like the characters have meaningful conversations, meaningful moments, and it's almost like in the darkest hour is like when the most beauty shines, because like I guess the humanity of like trying to find hope when things look bleakest, something about that I guess like attracts us. I don't know. He did it for money. I can sell a fictional better by calling it non-fictional. Oh, dude. That's dirty pool. If that's actually true, if that's actually why he did it, that's gross. That's really gross. Because now you're like, that's real messed up. That's seriously messed up. If that's actually true. I never knew why he did it. That's gross, man. Whoa! This guy's level 3 and he has Warlock form. Dude, you couldn't get this until you were level 20, I think, when I first played Season of Discovery. You had to hit level 20 to unlock this form. Now you can just get it right off the bat. That's crazy, dude. Any European country had people slave. Oh, look. No, I mean, I'm Canadian anyways, but I think get over it, do better. No, I think slavery is just a part of human nature, honestly. I think you're not getting away from it. I think anytime, why would you? I mean, like, it makes sense. Like, we try to act like superior, like, oh, well, I wouldn't, I could never do that. And of course, it's wrong to control people, but if you have the option for free labor and you don't have ethics, why would you not take free labor? Why would you not use people against their will instead of paying people? Why? Like, if you have ethics, you wouldn't do it. But if you don't care about ethics and you're just trying to be a dictator or take over the world or whatever you want to do, like, I get it. It makes sense on paper. It's not that it's a horrible, horrible, unredeemable thing that will never be justified, but on paper it makes sense. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That sucks. That sucks about him lying about that. That really stunk. When I first watched it, I was under the impression that it was true. And man, that show, it got to me so many times. I can't tell you how many times I welled up watching that show, because the show hits you in the feels. Like, you really feel for these characters, and the actors they got were so phenomenal. They sold it so well that, like, while you're watching the show, like, you feel like you're there. Like, you can feel their pain, and it was so heartbreaking to find out that it wasn't true, just because I guess I thought it was. And I mean, it's almost better that it's not true, I guess, because those specific stories maybe didn't happen, but they probably did. They probably did, like, to someone, but yeah, I don't know. It was wild. You know what's strange is, I learned that Thomas Jefferson slept with some of his slaves. So it's weird that, like, that's strange to me. Because if you see them as lesser than you, why would you want to sleep with them? Like, either you don't see them as lesser and you're attracted to them, but then how could you then still have them as slaves? That's insane. Like, it doesn't make sense. Either you see them as lesser and you're taking advantage of these people, or you don't see them as lesser and then you would feel wrong to take advantage of these people. But he did both, which I thought was so strange. It's so weird. Sorry, what are you saying? It's like the whole Cleopatra's black thing, but we need black queens to look up to. Men will fuck goats. Sex doesn't have to be have feelings. I guess not. I don't know. You know what? This is the issue. This is my fault. If I don't understand something, I apply that logic to everyone around me, which is not true, because there are many things I don't understand or don't do or don't like that people do and they justify, and I don't understand it. So it's stupid for me to say I don't. It's like, I get it. I guess you're right. When I learn about, like, a lot of this history of stuff, though, it's crazy. History is, like, rough. It's real dark. It's fascinating, but at the same time, it's like, Jesus, like, I am too weak, man. I could not have. I'm so lucky I was born in the time that I was born in. Like, I'm so weak. I use soap, and my hands are like, I need cream or I'm going to bleed. Like, I can't use soap. Or, like, my hand. I need to, like my doctor says, well, like your skin is also very sensitive. You have to be careful with the kind of detergent you use. It's like, Jesus, buddy. How I would never survive in the wild. I'd be the first one eaten by a lion. Like, but you know what I'm most fascinated in? Like, I haven't read a book on it yet, but I remember listening to an interview. I thought it was with Adam Savage of Mythbusters. He was talking to a girl that wrote a book on medieval medical devices, I think, like the early doctors, and how gruesome it was and how dark it was and how, like, insane it was. Bloodletting, stuff like that. And I've always been fascinated since I heard that interview. Like, I want to learn more about, like, medieval life in medieval times, specifically, like, the doctors, the plague doctors, the Black Plague. So one time I'll have to look into, like, a book or an audiobook about that, because I feel like that's got a lot of cool stories, crazy stories. Guys used to sleep with guys back in history often, especially in military campaigns. Yeah, I heard that, so this is a question I never actually knew. Supposedly, Abraham Lincoln would share his bed with men all the time, but I thought they were just sleeping. They weren't, like, getting intimate, were they? I didn't think it was like an intimacy thing. I thought it was just like you just share a bed with your bro because that's just what bros do. That's just how it is at the time. And I didn't think it was like they were getting it on. Something I found fascinating about Lincoln, though, is supposedly he had to have a custom bed made because he was so damn big. People would like talk about how big Lincoln was. No one could believe how tall Lincoln was because they've never seen anybody so tall in their life. So when he became president, I think he had to have a custom bed made for him because his legs would hang off a normal sized bed because he was so damn tall. And then he wore the hat, which just did not help. The hat did not help at all. Define often. Oh, you mean Torn or me? Do we? Oh, cool. You know what? I'm gonna go back. I like Explosive Shot. I just like the way Explosive Shot feels better. It just feels, I don't know, I like the smoothness of the way Explosive Shot fires. Guys, we're about to hit level 13. Crazy. Level 13, guys. Insane. Insane! We're leveling so fast. Now we're gonna go do this quest. We're gonna go tame that snake. We're just making moves. All day long, making moves. Moving, shaking, hunting and breaking hearts. That book that I read about the Comanches, it was called Empire of the Summer Moon. That was fascinating. That's what sort of kickstarted my interest in like history about the Comanche tribes. It wasn't even about Comanche specifically. It was about I think his name was Quinoa Parker. I think that's how you say his name. Quanah Parker, maybe it was Quanah Parker. And he wasn't even a full Comanche. I think he was I think his mother was white. His mother was captured by the Comanches, and one of them slept with her, and she had a baby. And the baby, who was half white, there's the pheromone. We got the pheromone, so now we can tame the snake. Her son ended up becoming a leader of a group of Comanches that broke off from some of the other tribe of Comanches, and they were known as the most vicious tribe of Comanches. Even to the other even the other Comanches are like, even for us, these guys are insane. And they tried to they were constantly finding new methodologies of like hurting people, because it wasn't just about killing or conquering. It was about inflicting as much pain as humanly possible. And it doing so was a sign of to them, a sign of dominance, a sign of strength to each other, to invoke fear in their enemies. And I'm not going to go into detail, but man, the things they did, it made the U.S. military like Boy Scouts. It was insane. The stuff they thought of was crazy that they would do to people. Oh man, to the point where other tribes, not other Comanches and other tribes, Blackfoot or Lakota or whatever, they were very fearful of this one specific tribe because they had such a reputation for what they would do if they caught you. It was insane, but it was so fascinating, because they were real people. It's just history is it, and this is very ignorant maybe for me to say, but when I read it, it plays in my head almost like a movie. And it's crazy to think, though, that it's not fictional. It happened. There were people that were unfortunately victimized, but it's so fascinating that it's not fiction. It's this all is accounted. It happened. It's crazy. I don't know. As in not unusual, it would not be unheard of or rare. Fair. Yeah, I thought the Native Americans were so cool. The Comanche stories, how they hunted for food, and I don't know if anyone has a weak stomach, but resources are very scarce. And they said the Comanches were so good at survival that they figured out that if they went too long without food or water, they would kill their horses and drink the contents of their stomachs, so at least they had some kind of hydration. It's crazy. They were in my opinion, the best at what they did. And that's why they reigned supreme for so long. I think what ended up slowing them down finally was, I believe, disease. I believe diphtheria, I think it was called, ended up really hurting the numbers more than anything else because they were so good at hunting. I believe they were the first Native Americans to learn about horseback riding. And I guess because they figured out that tech before anybody else, it gave them a huge advantage in fighting wars. When no one else is on horses but you, as far as Native Americans go, I believe they stole them from the Spanish. I believe there was a group of Spaniards that came to conquer, and I think the Comanches jumped them and stole their horses, ate some of the horses, and then tamed the rest of them and rode them. And I believe they learned to shoot from horses, and they were the first ones that learned to shoot from horses, and they became ruthless because of that, because they adapted to the technology before anybody else, and until everyone else caught up to them, they took over whatever they wanted. Pretty much, that's what the book says, right? Like, if someone's gonna hear this, be like, "You're so wrong." It's like, I'm just quoting the book. I'm not a historian. This is what the book said, and this is what I thought was really neat because, like, they were so insightful to be like, "Hey, if we could learn this first, this gives us a cutting edge to our enemies." There's a snake. We're going to tame the snake. We're going to use this thing, this pheromone. Your tame beast also works on adders. So I click it. We have 10 minutes. Now I use tame beast. We tame the adder. Did I tame it? I got the adder. Right here. I got it for 10 minutes. We do have a quest, but we're right here. We're going to hand it in and see what happens. That's sick. That's so sick. You made a friend. Tame adder. Supposedly, before, like, America got, what's the word? I can't think of what it's called. What do you call it when, like, the British came and they took over and, like, they took over the land? Before that happened, supposedly, and they wiped out all the buffalo. Supposedly there were so many buffalo that, like, you wouldn't be able to throw a rock without hitting a buffalo. And then, actually, it may not have been the British. It may have been, was it someone else that I heard? I'm mixing up stories now. By the way, I always thought his name was Genghis Khan, but I think the proper way to pronounce it is Genghis Khan. I think that's technically how you're supposed to say it. But it was either him, the Mongolians, or it was the Americans. Someone, somewhere, I don't remember where this was. They killed so many buffalo that there were reports of skulls stacked so high. It was like a mountain of skulls because they just killed they were so efficient at killing buffalo, and that supposedly wiped out a very large portion of the population, either in Mongolia or America. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was the Mongolians, but they're another one that I'm fascinated with because supposedly, there. We got a rune! What is this rune? Carve. What does that do? Supposedly the Mongolians are so... it was America during the drive west with railroads. Okay, so you know of it. Sick. You're so funny, Dennis. You're so funny. That is what I learned, though, is like... and this is like maybe like an unpopular opinion, but like... the way that it was told to me, at least, history, is like, well, the Native Americans were living in peace in America, and then the evil, like, Spaniards or Americans came and ruined their fun and took over their land, and it's like... but from what I've learned, there was never really any peace anywhere ever. It seems like everywhere in the world, all the time, was always at war. And if it wasn't at war with other people invading your country, it was at war with other people that lived in your country. People were constantly always fighting for land, fighting for resources, fighting for water holes or animals, or like taking, like, it seems like and it seems to be the same with animals. Animals are constantly fighting for territory. For some reason I had this like mentality in my head that, like, you know, things were nice, and then the British came along and ruined everybody's fun. But I think it was always, I think just human nature is continuously about fighting for territory, fighting for resources, like it's just how it is. And like even today, we're at 2025, we're still playing this game, right? So what does this do? The sweeping attack that strikes all enemies in front of you with a melee weapon for 65% damage. Your primary targets take 50% increased damage. Yeah, we're not a melee hunter. That's sort of neat, but I don't really want to use that. That's weird. At least better than the British. That's sick. That's cool. History is written by the winners. So I'm not sure I believe they were evil. That's fine. Manifest Destiny. I mean, France had great trade relationships with the natives, at least better than the British. Neither of us were there, and I don't trust humans to tell me the truth. You're absolutely right. What I did get from this Comanche book, and I don't know how accurate it is, again, it's just that's what the guy wrote, supposedly. Some tribes that weren't the same tribes, they were different tribes. They had agreements where they were like, we are technically enemies, but for the sake of our children, for the sake of our future, for the sake of our safety, we'll agree to not war with each other. We'll have like a peace treaty where we have different values, but we will respect each other's boundaries so we could both exist. And that's how some tribes were, while other tribes were like, we're not having any of that. We're good. We don't need this peace treaty nonsense. We're coming. We're taking what we want. This is how we've always been. This is how we always are. And it seemed to be like a mixed bag where like some tribes were more feared, some tribes were a little bit more diplomatic. And that, if I were to guess, that probably, to me, seems probably like the closest to the truth, where like it's probably like a cultural thing based on like some tribes are just raised to be like more like barbaric, if that's the word, like where like bloodshed is part of the culture, and while others are try to only fight out of defense, not so much out of but I don't know, right? I don't know. You're so funny, Dennis. Mayans and Icas had to go. I don't know how to say that word. Yeah, no, it's fascinating, man. It's I think it's so cool because like there's so many interesting characters. Yeah, it's neat. And like what I find so awesome specifically about like a lot of these like native tribes is like they didn't have guidebooks. They just figured out like, okay, you can kill a buffalo, you can eat the meat, you can use the fur as skins, hide for like shelter, for clothing, for things to carry things in. You can use bones as like spears, as weapons to hunt more animal. Like they were so resourceful. It was incredible that they figured that out on their own. Like they didn't have like Google to figure it out. So it was just ingenuity and like desperation. Like it's incredible that they were able to develop the empires that they did with as little resources as they had at the time. It's fascinating. It's so fascinating, I think. History is just really neat, I guess. I don't know. And supposedly, Wandering Swordsman, I wonder what's that? Supposedly, gunpowder, I believe, was developed in ancient China, and that was a mistake. The guy didn't, I think it was like someone was trying to develop something else, and by accident made gunpowder. And supposedly, that accident changed the course of history forever, because, well, look at gunpowder, like how it's used in warfare, right? So I think it's fascinating how, like, when you stumble upon an accident, it, like, I wonder at the time if anyone knew, like, we've just changed the world forever. Everything's going to be different after this now. It's crazy to think, right? And I wonder, like, what is that with us? Is that going to be, like, AI? Is that going to be social media? Like, what did someone create or discover that will now change the course of history forever? Because social media sort of feels like that way. Sort of, in my opinion. I don't know. For sure, for sure. I don't think it was taking over their land though. Like, figuring that stuff out is just human history everywhere. Yeah, definitely. I think, so, is that not the correct word? Like, so I'm using barbarism as extreme cruelty or brutality, because there's a difference between like killing people just to like take over land and then like inflicting as much pain as humanly possible. And I think some, at least from what this book told me, some of the tribes specifically found it it was almost like the more pain you could inflict before you kill the individual, the more suffering you could inflict, the more like savage you could be about the way you kill them, the longer you could keep them alive but still suffering was seen as like a sign of strength to your peers. Not every tribe was like that. There was very small groups of tribes that were worse than others, where it wasn't just about defense or taking over. It was about how can I get creative to inflict as much pain as possible without killing the person. And that to me seems a little bit like barbaric, maybe a little bit, because it's not even about defense. It's about like torture at that point. I don't know. That seems a little bit messed up. Like, and I don't even want to get into like the details, but it's when I was listening to it, I have a pretty strong stomach for that kind of stuff. As I was listening to some of the stuff they did, it was pretty bad. It was pretty, even for the time, it was pretty brutal. It's a pretty bad way to go. Yeah. I think that was more, that one group, it wasn't even Comanches as a whole. It was this one small group led by this one leader that broke off, that I think was like the worst offender of that. But like stuff that they do in like Red Dead, like they had like specific locations where they would drag people behind horses into like cactus patches. Not just dragging them behind horses, like through cactus patches, because dragging it behind a horse wasn't enough. So if you would drag them through cactus patches, well, that's way worse. That's way more painful than just being dragged behind a horse. Like just stuff like that is just like, oof, that's just, now we're just getting creative. Like that's crazy. Weird stuff like that. It's they would like kill certain people first, so like the other people had to watch because they knew like how traumatizing it was to watch your like loved ones go. Weird nutty stuff like that. It's just like that doesn't seem necessary. I get like defending, but then there's like a difference. Like, who are you sending a message to? It's not like anyone else can see it. The only person that's like you're sending a message to is the person that's about to die. It just seems like you're getting off on it. Like, there's one thing if you want to like send the message, don't mess with us. But it wasn't getting back to anyone. That's the thing. Like, the bodies were like disposed of. Can I ask, why are the barbarians called barbarians? Were they like barbaric? Is that why they're called barbarians? I'm jumping from topic to topic, but something else I'm really interested in is the Japanese experiments they did during World War II. I'm really fascinated by like the dark side of human history. Just, I guess, because it's so foreign to like what I know or how I think. I'm like a super pacifist in that regard. I'm like afraid to like legit, like I've said things on the stream and then I've messaged you guys. You guys have literally gotten messages from me being like, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I hope I didn't upset you. It wasn't my intention. Like that's how like much of like a wuss I am. So I think I'm attracted to this really dark stuff because it's like so far from like what my personality is like that I'm curious. I'm morbidly curious. That's what it is. I'm a very morbidly curious person. I always have been. I like really dark, learning about really dark, weird stuff. But to a degree, this is why it's weird. Like when like incidences in schools happen, I don't want to know. That depresses the hell out of me with like kids and stuff. It's almost like it has to be like far enough in history that like I feel like detached from it. Otherwise, like I don't want to know. Like I don't have an interest in like 9/11 or like any of those psychos and you know the girlfriend kills her husband. I don't watch that true crime shit. I don't care about that. That's like too depressing. It's just sad. But like when I learned about like the Black Plague, medieval torture, Nazi experiments, stuff like that, it's like it's fucking traumatizing and disgusting. But it's also interesting a little bit. Not just the experiments themselves, but like how America handled it after they were caught. How America's like, what you did was wrong, but we're still at war with another country, and you might have some useful information. So we're gonna read about what you did, because we might be able to learn something. It's like, whoa, no one ever told me that in school. That's crazy. Like, stuff like that is just, it's fascinating stuff. It's not so, like, black and white as, like, I thought it was in my head, I guess, is what I'm saying. And right now, like, times are so polarizing that, like, maybe that's why I'm going backwards, because I just don't want to be present. Maybe that's honestly what it is. Maybe it's just projection. I can't handle, like, yeah. People just throw, you know, with Elon, and I just don't care. I just don't want to know. It's just depressing. The Civil War stuff. I watched a little documentary on the Civil War. You know, I didn't realize how brutal that was as well. I thought it was way more civilized than it was. I was shocked about the Civil War as well. It was crazy. I didn't realize how many people died. It'll get a lot worse before it gets better. Oh no, that's why I'm so disconnected from it. I can't take it. I'm such a wimp. It makes me so depressed. What do we have here? Wing clip. We got wing clip. We got wing clip finally. That's why I've sort of been off like Twitter and stuff. I can't take it. Every like with Elon and yuck. I just don't want to know, man. What upsets me though is it seems like we're getting to a point where like people are like self-censoring because they're afraid to talk about anything, and I think we're better than that as a society, and we should encourage curiosity. We should encourage people to ask questions. We should encourage just curious. There's nothing wrong with being curious or saying the wrong thing because you're ignorant and learning from it, because like all that's going to happen is we're going to create like these echo chambers, and that's I feel way more dangerous than people potentially saying the wrong thing out of ignorance, and just being corrected respectfully and learning from that. I don't know. That's why I ask so many questions on here, because you guys are more knowledgeable than me, and I'm curious. I'm a very curious person. And there was a part of me for a long time that was afraid to like even ask this stuff, because I'm like, oh, I'll drive people away. People will be offended. They won't want to watch the streams. Like, you know what? You got bigger issues then, and I don't need to deal with you. You're just going to be a problem later on anyways, if you're the kind of person that's like, oh, I don't want to listen to this. I'm going to leave. Because we're not saying anything that's like too... Like, we're just asking questions. We're just trying to learn. We're just trying to be more learned about the world, right? So... Sometimes you step on a landmine unexpectedly, and that's okay. That's how you learn. That's how you learn from your mistakes. That's how you educate yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. It took me a long time to realize that, really. That's all. I think a lot of people are afraid to step on those landmines, say the wrong thing. But it's like, if it's coming from a place of wanting to grow, wanting to learn, curiosity, I don't believe there's anything ever wrong with that. Man, I'm off Reddit now. I can't take it anymore. Holy shit, it's so depressing. Reddit's such an echo chamber. It's so depressing. I used to like Reddit whenever, like, it was so much fun when it first came out, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And the irony is they don't even see it. They don't even see the echo chamber it's become. These people in these like little closed communities were like, it's nonsense. We're leveling first aid so fast. This is insane. We've got more bars to make. Like, we're going to level engineering in a second. This is nuts. Yes, we slowed down on levels, but look at our professions moving now. I cannot believe how fast we're moving here. This is crazy. Look, I appreciate you guys for allowing me to, like, spew this bullshit, because that's all it is bullshit, meaningless nonsense, because I learn a lot from you guys. I think it's fascinating to you know, I don't have anyone else to talk about this stuff with. You guys are very, or at least you're far more educated on this stuff than I am, because I've learned a lot already from you guys about a whole wide array of topics. And if we can foster even a small community where we can encourage curiosity about anything, I think that's generally a good thing for society as a whole, honestly. No, I agree. I certainly agree with you. The upvote system is certainly doesn't help. Um, People rush to get points, so they answer the safe answer they've heard before and repeat stuff that may not be true. Well, yeah. If I may share something, that's a little bit personal to me. We have something called the OCS, the Ontario Cannabis Store. It's where you can legally buy cannabis in Canada, Ontario specifically. And I was on their website recently, and they sent me a survey and said, "Will you fill out our survey for us?" And it asked a whole bunch of questions. And I answered very earnestly. I'm like, firstly, you guys are charging more than people charge on the street. Why would anybody give you more money when they've been buying off the street for 30, 40 years and they haven't had a problem? What incentive? Your stuff is inferior quality and it's more expensive. What incentive do people have to not go on the street? I don't understand. Furthermore, you guys use terminology like strains. Strains is barely accurate enough to describe what cannabis is. Cannabis is a cultivar. It's a cultivated variety. There's a difference. Technically, in the definition of Webster's dictionary, I guess technically you could literally use the term strain technically, but that's not. But functionally, that's not what it is. The industry and horticulture and botanists use the term cultivated variety, otherwise known as cultivar, to describe when a human has taken a plant and grown it with the intention of specific traits, characteristics. That's what a cultivated variety is. So you should be calling them cultivars, not strains. And it's not me saying this. This is industry experts saying we need to start re-educating the public to use the correct terminology, because cannabis is the only industry where everybody's talking like a bunch of degenerates. The rest of the industry uses the industry standard terms. The cannabis industry makes up whatever terms they want. And that's essential. And I never forgot this. This was a scientist, a botanist that was saying this. And I never forgot this. And I said that to them, like, why are we still, you guys are the source of information and you're polluting it with these repeated incorrect facts. It's not helping anybody. So it's just like, I agree with you. Like, it's just, people just say the safe answer. They rush to like, to be the first. Like, I see it everywhere. It's dumb. It just drives me nuts. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate that people use the word strain. Strain is more accurate when referring to like bacteria, virus, fungi, not cultivated varieties. Like cultivar, like you have to explain what's the difference between a strain and a cultivar. Because like apples, lettuce, like they're all cultivars. They're all because they're cultivated varieties of a specific plant that were specifically bred for specific traits. Oh, it just drives me nuts. I know I'm getting too deep in the weeds. It's just, ugh, yuck. I agree with you about Reddit. Reddit is crazy. Reddit is silly. Reddit is always safe answers. It's like an echo chamber of people saying the safest thing because that's how you get more upvotes. That's how, like, and to be fair, when it comes to cannabis, there are tons of people who think they know something, but bad info floated to the top. 100%. That's why, like, when these scientists and these botanists come in and they're speaking, like, they're like, guys, like, if you want to be taken seriously as an industry, you have to start getting with the times and speaking the way the rest of the industry speaks. Cannabis is not special. It's just a part of the whole horticulture industry, like the rest of the horticultural industry. And you got to get with the lingo. Like, there's specific lingo for a reason. So, like, either if you don't want to be seen as, like, degenerates, you have to educate yourself properly. Ugh, dumb. Just dumb. Trichome maturity and terpene content matters. Don't even get me started with indica and sativa. Don't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean what they think it means. Man, I don't have the heart to tell. Like, so I have some friends that like this is indica, this is sativa, and I can't educate them. I can't start with them because, like, what good will it do? They get what they want. If they're happy to get what they want, that's all that matters. It's got to start with the industry. It can't look at these crazy mounts. How sick are these mounts? This is nuts, dude. I love these mounts so much. It's got to start with the industry. You can't expect the people to change the industry. The industry has to change the people. Like, it's, you know, the industry leaders have to be the ones to do it, in my opinion. We're going to quickly do a little bit of live. Look at this mount. This is sick. Oh man, how sick is it's so cool, dude. This is so much fun, man. Look, Fire Kitty. We got Fire Kitty in Classic. Crazy. Oh my god, man. This is so much fun. Well, this is the thing. I believe indica, I believe, actually means. What did it mean? I think it means taking a cultivar or taking a plant. Goon. Someone said, remember to goon. See? The guy's saying goon. I thought indica meant taking a plant that's not native to the area and growing it there. That's what I thought indica meant. I thought it was a Latin word. Because it originated from India or something, and that's why it's like Latin or something. But I thought indica meant like origin of India or something in Latin, and it means like taking something that grew somewhere else and growing it here now. But I could be wrong. I thought I learned that a long time ago. It could be off. But like, it's all hybridized anyways. Like, unless you're growing like an African wild grown like in the mountains of like a Congo that like hasn't been touched in like 3,000 years, that's an unadulterated cannabis plant. But like 99.9% of cannabis that you're growing today is hybridized at this point and has a mishmash of like Mexican and African and Afghan genetics, and it's been bred and crossbred, and like there's no way to know where it came from at this point, from my understanding, because everything's been crossed so many times for stability, for resistance to frost, for resistance to pests, to mold, to mildew. Like, humans were very smart, and we do that with everything. We take plants and we breed them for resilience. But it also hybridizes them, I think, which isn't a bad thing, right? Like, land race. I forgot the term. Land race. Thank you. It's land race. I feel like there's very few true land races. And partially, I think that's because of, the strain hunters. I like them very much. They seem like really cool guys, but I think they're fucking up a lot of land races, because what they're doing is they're going to places like Africa, and they're taking land races and then they're giving them seeds. And these people in Africa are growing these Girl Scout cookies and Blue Dream, and then it's hybridizing with the natural land race, and it's sort of like polluting the gene pool a little bit, in my opinion. Oh man, I haven't grown in a while. Like, it's been a few years since I moved, and like, but I miss it so much. Like, there's nothing like growing your own, and just the therapy of growing it yourself, but like actually having like clean, proper medicine that like where it's coming from and like what's in it is just, nothing compares. Absolutely nothing compares. As someone that has to use it for medicine, I'm so afraid, especially because I have a compromised immune system, of using things that have pesticides or other things that I tried so hard when I grew it myself to use single source inputs, know where they come from, buy like, if I have to use like blood meal, know that it comes from a place that doesn't have cows that use antibiotics. I was like super anal about it, super anal. And organic doesn't mean clean, but I intentionally try to source materials from clean sources, so I know that. Do you know about Build a Soil? Jeremy from Build a Soil? I don't know. I've probably lost all my viewers talking about this stuff, but this is like I get so nerdy about. I love gardening. I love gardening so much. Build a Soil, Jeremy from Build a Soil is a really great resource for like safe inputs, in my opinion. He seems like a really knowledgeable, passionate guy. When it comes to that, about growing like clean medicine that doesn't that's also good for the environment, because he seems to get a lot of materials that are not harmful to the environment as a whole, as far as like collecting the resources. Fair. I mean, look, the guy gives away a lot of free information, and what he does is every year he shows you like in real time like his grow and how he does it, and he uses all organic inputs, and not just organic inputs, but inputs from clean resources, and that's why I think his stuff does cost a little bit more. I can't get it in Canada, or I wasn't able to at first, at least. But I respect what he does, because he goes really deep into the science. Like, for an example, he was talking about he was talking about fighting off pests without having to use like pesticides or poisons or stuff like that. And he said mustard seed meal. So mustard grows seeds. Mustard's a plant. You take the seeds of mustard, you grind it up into a meal, and when you wet it and put it into soil, it has this enzyme that it releases, and the enzyme cooks and gets so hot that it kills anything it comes in contact with. So any biological organisms that come in contact with it, they essentially get cooked from the biological activity. It's just, I guess, the biology that it creates creates enough heat to kill any eggs of spider mites or aphids. So it's a natural, and then it just becomes nutrients for the soil. So it breaks down naturally. It's safe for humans. You can eat it. You can put it on food. You could, like, it's mustard, right? But for fighting pests, it's a very effective method of fighting pests in the soil. I just think like that's brilliant. It's like it's a creative and safe way to like use inputs that are not harmful to the environment, not harmful to your pets, not harmful to you, but it still protects you against things like spider mites and stuff. I knew a guy who had an entire ecosystem in his 100-gallon pots. Bugs, mushrooms, full cycle of decomp. That's sick. That's how I used to run. I used to run organic, and it was like a closed loop system. It was sick. I cheated a little bit. I did use stuff like blood meal and stuff, but I tried to feed it. I tried to feed the blood meal and stuff to my worms, and the worms would eat it, and then the worms would poop it out, and I'd use the castings as my nutrients. I miss my worm bin. I really liked my worm bin because I would eat, like, it actually got me eating healthier because I was constantly thinking about feeding the worms, and I wanted the worms to have really potent poop. So I was constantly, like, trying to eat well so I could have a full spectrum of nutrients for the worms. It's silly. I know it sounds silly to say that, but they were like my pets. I do miss it. I miss growing. Growing was so good for my mental health. It was nice to see the plant grow. I loved the smell. Cloning, learning to clone, learning to breed, crossing them. It was so rewarding. I'm hoping I can start up again soon. I really miss it. I just blew all my gold on that. I forgot. I don't have 1,000,000 gold. I totally forgot that I'm leveling still because I'm moving so far fast in professions that I totally forgot I'm leveling. I'm so dumb. Well, we got to do more quests now. Oh, I'm getting distracted. You straight up throw fruit in the soil to feed the decomp. Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. It's beautiful. When you're able to create something like that, it's so nice. Like I had smaller pots. I was working with like 3 and 5 gallon pots, so it was harder to have stuff living in the pot. I did have a little bit living in the pot, but it was mostly in my worm bin, and then I would just transfer the castings to the pot. But I did have like nematodes. I did have like some predatory mites in my pots. You would move and you would see like a little bit of like maybe a few millipedes here and there. It was cool. It was really cool. Most cannabis growers have a laughable idea of breeding. Better to talk non-cannabis growers to understand real breeding. Definitely true. Definitely true. Well, like to the industry now, it's just cookies. It's just cookies, cross to cookies, cross to cookies, cross to cookies. Like, it's just, I'm so sick of it, man. This guy's name's Ontario Hydro. Brother, what is your name? My goal with breeding was always like, I mean, I'm not like a professional breeder. I'm just like, okay, I loved Linalool, and Pink Kush was my favorite cultivar. And it's really heavy in Linalool, but it's also incredibly sedative. And I'm like, if I could find a way to try to maintain the smell of like the Linalool smell, the flavor of Pink Kush, but like not have it so sedative, that would be sick. And I never did that. But I did have one Pink Kush give me a few seeds, and I have a few of those seeds still. And I don't know what it got bred with. I don't know what it caught pollen from, because I did have a few things that went male on me, and I tossed them, but I guess I was too late. Look at the red one. That's cool. Red mount. So I don't know what these seeds are. It's pink and something, and who knows. Like, what I find so fascinating is people will spend like hundreds of... Whoa! Look at all the bank slots. That's way more than we normally get, I think. That's crazy. I think... I don't remember what I was going to say. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. I'm all over the place. Please forgive me. Hyper, right? What was I gonna say? Come on, it'll come back to me. Ah, well, who cares? Chop it early. Fair, fair. Nothing against cookies, but I really miss strains with a solid pine tree flavor. Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with that. Definitely agree. Lots of people like Gary Payton and that stuff. I've tried a lot of the stuff that's really hype. I'm not really into it. I'm just waiting for the missus to come home and we'll call it. Because that's when the plans start, unfortunately. I just figured I'd go until she comes home, and then unfortunately we gotta... But I think we're doing Molten Core. That's a really cool helm. I think we're doing Molten Core on the weekend, farming trash on Saturday. So if we are, then maybe we'll go live again an extra day, because it'd be fun. If we're gonna do Molten Core anyways, why not go live? I'm sorry the topic of conversation was all over today. I gotta try to rein it in more. I apologize. I feel like it probably is not the best content for you guys. I'm just, you know, oh, I'm a nut. I'm crazy. You guys know that. I definitely get self-conscious that, like, I'm dog shit at, with the conversation. So my apologies, but I'll work on it in time, you know. I like to buy seeds a year or two after the hype. The price is down, and if they are really worth the hype, they should still be a great plan. Definitely. Well, oh, I remember what I was going to say. Now. People will spend hundreds or thousands of dollars on plants because, like, the hype, because it's like Girl Scout cookies or this or that or whatever. And the truth is, some guy will grow a bag seed that he found in a bag of, like, Mexican brickweed, and it will be the best, greatest, craziest cannabis you've ever heard. And, like, it's like, what is this? Like, I don't know. I found it in a bag. I don't know. My dad had a stash of Mexican weed from the 60s, and he passed away, and I found an old box of cigarettes, and it had a bag of seeds in it, and most of them were broken, and 2 of them grew, and this is now the most popular cultivar in the world. And, like, that's usually how it happens, right? Like, it's crazy, like... And I think it's fascinating. That people spend all day trying to find the perfect cultivar, and then, like, some random bag seed just ends up being, like, a unicorn. Well, friends, if anyone is watching still, if I haven't turned everybody away yet, which we probably have, but if someone is still here, we do have a Discord if you'd like to join. I promise conversations aren't always like this. This is more of a rare occasion. Usually it's a lot more chill than this. Not that today wasn't chill, but just we did mention some heavy topics. I don't even know how we got on those topics, but nah, you know. But yeah, we have a Discord if you want to join. You know, we do a lot of impromptu streams. Today we started a little bit early because something came up. So I wanted to still get it in today instead of skipping it. But the Discord just let you know, hey, we're going early, or hey, we have an event going on, or like, you know, if anyone does play WoW, eventually, we don't have a lot of WoW players that watch, a lot of people that watch and follow, and I'm very grateful and thankful that you guys are watching and following. They're not WoW players, though, so it's hard to do, like, community events in WoW because we all play different games. We just like each other. That's why we're all, like, here. But, if anyone is a WoW player and you want to join the Discord, my intention is to eventually start setting up the community events where we can run stuff together, get achievements, mount runs, stuff like that. The problem with buying seeds is it takes 6 months to germinate veg flower, cure to find out if the breeder was actually telling the truth. Way too late to get a refund. Oh, of course. Of course, of course. You gotta take a crapshoot. That's why, like, I'm very, I know what I like. Maybe this is this is a story for another time. But I was in the industry before the industry was the industry, if that makes sense. And I was very well versed with what moved and what didn't move, if that makes sense. And not when I say that, like, you know what I mean. I think you know what I mean. Just if you can read between the lines. My point is, I've experienced a lot. I've experienced a lot of different kinds, and even many variations of like what's supposedly pink kush. And what I find fascinating is real pink kush is always the same. It always smells the same. It always tastes the same. It's always gunks up your grinder. It's always stinky. It's always the same. And like there's variations of OG. Like there's the OG that smells like piney, and the OG that's a little bit more like lemony. And they're both OG, but like there's just where they're grown or what they're grown with, or like there's just different expressions. But I guess where I'm going with this is like I've seen so much hype come and go, but in the end of the day, what I've always liked, my palate has always been the tried and trues, the Blue Dreams, OGs, Pink, Purple, Granddaddy, like the stuff that's always been popular has always been popular for a reason, because it's just always good. It's always consistent. It's always good. It's predictable. You know what you're going to get. That's all. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah. You know, before it was like above ground and normalized, like, yeah. And I've just found, like, I've tried so much. I remember when the hype of cookies came out, and I tried Girl Scout, and I tried the Thin Mint, and the Thin Mint was good. Is it worth the hype that people were spending like $10,000 for a clone? I don't think so. I think it was okay. I think it was more hype than anything. I think the high didn't last very long. It wasn't that potent. The medicinal value was like subpar compared to a lot of other cultivars, in my opinion. Have you ever heard of Jean Guy? I'm curious. Jean Guy was very popular in Montreal and Quebec. I feel like everywhere has their own local stuff too. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Did you when you were? I was fortunate enough to I think this guy was paranoid. I was going to steal his chest. I just want this mine. That's what I want. Yeah, I don't want you taking that mine, bitch. It's mine. That mine is mine. I'm in Northeast US, so I've smoked plenty of stuff out of Canada. Yeah, for sure. I have Royal Cookies plant that was worth the $25 to spend on the seeds. Oh, definitely, dude. That's sick. I have... Yeah, so I have Pink Kush Mints. That's what I have, which is it's the closest I could find to Pink. Pink is really tough to find. Barney's Farm sells it. That's who created, I believe, Barney's. Or not created, but that's who grows it in mass. But it's tough to get Barney's in Canada. So, like, you gotta, like, find a store that sells it. I can order online, but you gotta, like, pay, and you gotta be careful it doesn't get, like, sniped. But I have some Pink Kush Mints, which is, I think, Thin Mints crossed to Pink. And actually, the few times that I grew it, I have like 3 seeds left. I grew 2. It wasn't bad. It wasn't awful, but it leaned more into the cookies. And I just don't like cookies that much. In my opinion, it always smelled like... Cookies to me has like a doughy smell, like a yeasty smell. It smells like moldy or yeasty almost. Like, I don't like it. It always smells... That's how I know it's real cookies. Because, like, it always has... I don't know how to describe it. Like, maybe it's not the right word. It just doesn't smell, like, dank to me. It smells like... Like, I don't know, yeast is, like, the closest thing I could describe it to. Like, it's gross. I don't like it. I don't know. It smells like... If I didn't know it smelled like that, I'd almost be concerned that it smelled like that, is my point. Solid taste, but the plant didn't yield well. Oh, fair. Blue cheese, I would guess, is Blue Dream crossed to UK cheese. Or something like that. But I've tried so many variations of cookies, and that's why I think that, like, assuming people are telling the truth... I mean, now I'm on the legal market, and, like, it's flooded with cookies, and every time I try anything that's crossed to cookies, it always has that same smell. Whatever that, like... Maybe, like, yeast is the way to put it. Like, doughy, yeasty, I don't know, man. It's weird. It doesn't smell anything like cookies. I don't know why it's called cookies. It doesn't smell anything like cookies at all. It's not even close. It just smells... wheaty. Maybe, like, wheat. I don't know, sort of like oatmeal-y. I don't know. It's a weird, I don't know how to describe it. It's so strange, but it always smells like that. Anytime anything is crossed to cookies, it has that weird smell. Tuna God, that smells like rotten basement. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, some of them are weird like that. And I don't mind. Like cat piss. Remember cat piss? You ever have cat piss? That was a weird one, but I sort of liked it. It had like the ammonia kind of smell. I don't mind that as much. It's the sweeter stuff that I don't like. I'm not a big fan of sweet. Oh, buddy, you're not going to die on my watch. Cool. I need these bags. Toss that. I don't need that. Heard of cat piss, never tried it. Fair, fair. Cool. So what are you growing right now, if I may ask? My friend actually grows, the guy with the 100-gallon pot has had burnt rubber strains. I don't want that. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm weird like that. That's what I like. I like the weirder chemical smells. I don't mind that. You know what I miss? Holy fuck, I haven't had in so long, is sour diesel. Man, there was this dude, he used to get sour diesel all the time, and I loved it so, it was, and you knew it was like legit sour, because everybody says they have sour diesel, it's not like legit, but like, it has a certain structure, a weird, ugly, pain in the ass, weird, strange structure that like, supposedly all sour diesel has, and it always was like that, and it was always the same, it always smelled the same, it was so uplifting. In my opinion, it was like, it felt like the perfect thing to pair with coffee. I loved it in the mornings. It was like such a medicinal strain. And I would, God, I must have smoked pounds of that shit. I bought so much of it. And then it just dried up. And I've never seen it since. And supposedly, you can buy stuff in the legal market that's called sour diesel, but it's nothing like what that stuff was. And when I see other people have sour diesel, it look like in the States, like I'll watch like breeders and stuff talk about it, and they'll show it on camera, and it looks like the stuff my friend had. It always looks the same, as Pink Kush does. It always looks the same. Some cultivars, they just always are. They're very identifiable, in my opinion. Currently growing, I have Royal Cookies, Critical Kush, Purple Queen, and across Orange Cookies to Nicole. What's Nicole? Do I know that? It sounds familiar for some reason. Is that like a personal thing? And I'm just mixing it up with something else? Stand, I feel like at this point it's just you and me. Talking about weed at this point. I feel like no one else is here. I get real nerdy about it. I love it so much. It's not even the getting high part. Like, to be fair, I use it medicinally. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. But it has given me, I think I'm very grateful for it because it's given me tremendous quality of life. I struggled for a long time with health issues as a kid. And very early on, long before I should have been using cannabis, I used it because I was desperate and my parents didn't know what to do with me. My doctors didn't know what to do with me. I was losing weight at an alarming rate. The pills were working, but the side effects were just as bad as the symptoms I was dealing with before. And out of desperation, we tried cannabis, and it pretty much changed my life forever. And I use it daily, and when I go without it because I have to go to the hospital for a visit or I have to do something else and they're like, you can't eat this morning, you can't take medication this morning, I feel the symptoms come back and I'm like, why am I feeling like this? And I'm like, oh, I forgot this was just my life before I had cannabis. I forgot what my life was like before life got easier for me. And I always lose perspective of that. I always forget how hard life was, and I just got used to it. I just lived off Imodium and pills and stuff I should not have been taking. I was prescribed things that they would give you for, what do they call it? Montezula's Revenge? Is that what they call it when you go somewhere else and you get sick? You get like diarrhea? So they were giving me pills to help with my IBS that supposedly helped, like slowed my bowels down so I could like go to school because I wasn't even able to go to school because I was like sick, vomiting all the time, and my IBS flare-ups and stuff. So they gave me pills and I took them for many years. And then when I saw a specialist, he's like, you're supposed to take these for like 2 weeks at most, not 10 years. We need to take you off these immediately. You should not have been taking them this long. It's like, Jesus Christ. I didn't do any grafting, but that's a really cool idea. I know about it. Do you know who Dutch Blooms is? I don't know if you know who Dutch Blooms is. That's probably like really in the weeds, no pun intended. Oh, that's cool. Purple Queen isn't anything special. The cross isn't bad, but not worth the long-term growing. Critical grows really well, but the taste is nothing special. I want to find a tasty low-yield strain and see if grafting it onto the critical plant increases yield at all. I know of grafting. I've never done it. You know who's really cool, good at grafting? Actually, there's a gentleman on Instagram I follow named he's friends with Josh from Dutch Blooms. His name is You do not know them. Fair. These are like small breeders that are like really nerdy and like organic in the organic space. The other gentleman's name is, I think, Happy Tree Farms. I think his name is Happy Tree Farms. I don't remember his real name, but that's his Instagram, I believe. And he's a plant doctor, I guess. That's like sort of what he goes by. He does grow cannabis, but his job is farms hire him to say what's wrong with our plants, how do we fix it, what's wrong with the soil, and he like does testing and he grows all kinds of Frankenstein plants. He's grafted all kinds of weird stuff. He's grown hybrids of avocados. He's always coming up with new cultivars, both of cannabis and not cannabis. But he has grafted so much weird stuff. He's grafted the strangest stuff, and I've learned so much about grafting because of him. He is like Dr. Frankenstein with plants. He's always trying to like push the envelope of like, what can we do with this plant? And it's so strange. The avocados he's made seedless avocados. Like, it's weird, the stuff he's done. He says use super glue. Super glue? What? That's insane, dude. That's insane. Super glue. Jesus Christ, brother. What the fuck? I've never heard that in my life. That is batshit insane. That is funny as hell, man. Holy, man. So, the way I saw him graft, if I remember correctly, he cuts it on the angle, he scores the plant a little bit so it's exposed where you're going to graft it. And then I think the way he did it was, he actually took some of his, I think he took this is his Frankenstein way. I don't think this is how he always does it. I think he tested this, and I think it worked really well. This was an experiment. This isn't how he does it, but I remember him doing this one time. He took, I think, a bunch of like worm castings and just like nutrient-rich soil, and he took it and he like grafted the plant, and he sort of covered it with like the nutrient-rich soil where the graftings met, and then he covered it with like the I think it was like saran wrap and a little bit of tin foil to keep the soil in place and to keep the graft sticking together. And his theory was the graft should still work, but if you can feed it nutrients, it should like help it keep it like healthy or like fight off like negative. If you introduce positive bacteria at the source of the injury, it should ward away negative bacteria. And he was successful, and it grafted really fast, and it was healthy, and it stuck, and it grew, and he cloned it, and it was fascinating. But I think you can do it with can't you just do it with like saran wrap or just like aluminum foil? Well, for cannabis, or at least I've never gotten it to work. I always use the V-cut. Oh, I've seen that as well. The V-cut I've seen. Yes, many times I've seen the V-cut. But do you just use like you could just use like do you use soil, or can you just use saran wrap? Can you just use saran wrap? God, guys, we're level 14. We have not done anything. We've talked about like nonsense. Freaking nonsense, and we're level 14 already. I've been so slow, I've been distracted, and we're still level 14. This is crazy. But we're missing runes. We gotta find more runes. Excuse me. I use that white plumber's tape and a plastic clip. Oh, that's cool. So it's really simple. Yeah, it's sick. That's really sick. My friend recently got into growing, and he grows hydroponically. And his plants are beautiful. Hydroponics not for me, but I respect the hustle. And he's never grown before, and he grows now, and it grows beautifully, and he has healthy plants, and he's happy with his medicine. I could definitely see that. Is the plumber's tape also porous? So we're gonna put stuff in our bank. Word on the street is the soil is better flavor, hydro is faster grow. Well, I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I thought they did studies. I believe the science actually says that. I could be incorrect, but I thought they did studies where they measured the terpene and flavonoid content of organically grown fruits versus hydroponically grown fruits, and I believe that they found a connection between the. I don't know if it was like the it's the mycorrhizae and the connection that it has to the roots and the exudates that it releases. I believe increases the concentration, I believe, of terpenoids and flavonoids, but I could be incorrect. I could be like butchering the science right now, but I thought it was something along those lines. But I could be speaking out of my ass. I'm trying to remember. Do you know who Jeff Lowenfels is? I don't know if you're familiar with that man or he's an author. I believe the book is called Goodness, I read his book about organic gardening. God, I can't think of the name. I can't think of the name of his book. Jeff Lowenfels. Of course, hydroponically is faster. Hydroponic will always be faster. Hydroponic is like steroids for your plant, right? So that makes sense. Teaming with microbes. That's the name of his book. He has a few books. Teaming with microbes, teaming with fungi, teaming with bacteria, maybe. I think those are the 3 books. Jeff Lowenfels. He's like a it's not about cannabis. His books aren't about cannabis, just about plants. But he's a bit controversial. Some people disagree with him, but his point is like the way he explains it essentially is like the plant tells you what it wants. If you grow organically, the plant just says to the soil, and this is how he says it. You know, today I feel like Chinese food. So the exudates are like, well, then Chinese food is for dinner today. And then if the plant says, you know what, I changed my mind, I want pizza now. And it's like, all right, cutting off the Chinese food, now it's time for pizza. So it's like you just put the nutrients in the soil, and the plant does its thing, and the nutrients feed the plant or not the nutrients, my apologies. The bacteria make the exchange with the plant, giving it only what it needs, just when it needs it, exactly as it needs, so as long as it exists in the soil. So he says, don't feed the plant, feed the soil, and the soil takes care of the rest. And using his methodology, I have to say, it was the best growing I ever did. And I barely, like, it was just my worms. My worms grew for me, right? Like, it was all organic inputs. It idiot-proofs it, in my opinion. You don't have to worry about pH. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Yeah, I was really impressed. I was really, really impressed. Teaming with microbes. Yeah. Wet cycle faster does grow faster. Definitely. It's also just I think the nature of how it works. I think like force feeds the plant, right? So I think that plus I think are there not like growth hormones? Not in all hydroponics, but I think a lot of hydroponic nutrients have like hormones in it to speed up growth cycles and bulk and stuff like that. I believe not all, but some do. I think. But I thought they technically you always have to worry about pH, just that if your inputs are solid, you don't have to worry about what effect they have. Yeah, so my understanding is, when I say you don't have to worry, I believe if you have a very large what's the word? Microbiome, if that's the word, or like a very diverse colony of microbes and bacteria and fungi, then they neutralize any things that would cause the plant to be upset. They adjust the pH to what's required for the plant. Yeah, they buffer it. That's the word I'm looking for. My apologies. They buffer it. If you have a very healthy microbiome, I believe that's correct terminology, then the pH is buffered by the organisms in the soil. That's how he explained it, I believe. And that was my experience, because using my water is hard. My water is so hard. If it hit you over the head, it'd knock you out. That's how hard. You got to chew it before you swallow. That's how hard my water is. And I always struggled with pH issues. And as soon as I got a bigger pot and had decent castings, decent inputs, and had a very active colony of microbes and everything else, it pretty much went away. The plant microbes can adjust the pH of the soil in a specific value is needed to uptake a certain nutrient, but it can only go so far. If you try to grow in soil starting with a pH of 4, good luck. It very likely won't work. Fair. I'm fortunate enough that I always sort of made my soil from scratch, to be fair, in Canada as well. Canada is where sphagnum comes from. We have natural sphagnum bogs, and a lot of other countries buy sphagnum from Canada. So sphagnum is very expensive a lot of places, but in Canada it's they'll give it away for free pretty much. It's the amount of sphagnum that I get for $7 is gross. Everything here is expensive as hell. It's disgusting, except for sphagnum moss. And thankfully sphagnum, for me at least, I do like cocoa more. I like cocoa way better, but it's very expensive to get here. But sphagnum works just as well, and I use that as my base. I make my own soil from just sphagnum with my inputs, with my own castings, and it seems to always provide me with enough buffering that I can get by with water. My water is close to 8.0 pH. It's disgusting, but it helps buffer it. When I tell people how hard my water is, people don't believe me. There's watermarks everywhere. It ruins everything. Our kettle is destroyed. Everything gets destroyed. Our sinks clog from the hard water. I have to use vinegar to declog it. It's gross, man. It's so dumb. I feel like cocoa is often overrated. I keep hearing people say you can water cocoa every day, when that isn't completely true. Oh no, I liked cocoa just because it was easy for me to work with. That's mostly what it was. I felt it mixed really well. I liked how predictable it was with the wet dry cycle. What is that? Decipher the scroll, the comprehensive charm. What the fuck is that all about? Mage. Yeah, that's just mostly why. Cocoa is inert, and I like that it's inert, because then I don't need to worry about what's in it, because I can just mix my own soil without having to worry is it too hot. I just like the texture of it. It was easy to pack. It was easy. It was light. Yeah. The one thing I hated about sphagnum is it's hydrophobic, so I have to use surfactant. But soap nuts, I used soap nuts. It was a natural surfactant, and it also worked as a because it's a surfactant, it also suffocated spider mites, aphids, stuff like that. It worked really well as a natural pesticide, I guess. And it was safe. So that's cool. You can water every day if you only add a day's worth of water. Plant a seedling in a 10-gallon water to run off every day, and it'll be a dead plant. Oh, Jesus. You gotta use some common... not common. You gotta use some common sense, right? That's crazy. I've had the best luck with starting in small pots, and I sort of like my plants getting root bound. I know it sounds terrible to say that, but I like letting them suffer a little bit. They seem to get a little bit stronger from my experience. I let them wrap around a little bit, then I'll just cut them out of the pot. I'll loosen it up a little bit, throw it into a pot, and as soon as I put it into a new pot, it explodes in growth. They're healthy, they're happy, they got a thick root system. I've always had the best luck doing it like that. It's just trial and error. There's probably a more efficient way to do it. It just works. What? You got 2 imps? What is this? This guy's got 2 imps. Holy shit. This is crazy. Man, I gotta try a Warlock. This is insane. Oh my god. Sorry. My issue with Coco was I got a bad batch once that took an enormous amount of rinsing to clean up. I believe that. I'm sorry to hear that. So I was fortunate enough, and I've only worked with Coco one time, but it was a very large bag, so I was able to work with it. So I didn't work with it one time. I've only bought it once, but it was a really big bag, and I've had a few cycles with it, which was really cool. But the Coco that I bought specifically, I was very grateful for because the marketing of it, and I believe it to be true because I feel like you could get in trouble if you make claims like this. It had test results on the back, and it was tested for heavy metals. It was tested for pesticides, impurity. So it was very clean product, and right out of the bag, it was very clean. It was a little bit more expensive, but in my opinion, it was worth it. When I say expensive, I think it was like $30 for the bag, maybe $40 for the bag, and it was a very large bag, and it gave me ounces and fucking pounds probably over the years, right? Like it lasted so long. But it was just nice. It was right out of the bag, a very clean, ready to use product. I haven't seen it since, but that was my one experience. That's why I really liked working with it. Ran out, rebought the same Coco. Second time, it was it sucks. Really sorry. I'm not convinced Rootbound is real. I think people like that claim that after they've damaged the roots. Yeah. When I say I just use the term rootbound, like what I mean is like when the plant like wraps around. That's what I mean. When you pull it out of the solo cup and it's like wrapped, whatever that is. I like getting my plants to that point a little bit because they just seem to be very strong and hardy and healthy when I transplant, and then they just explode in growth every time. And it just works. I just keep repeating what works. To be fair, I grow a lot more though than just cannabis. Like I look forward to growing some tomatoes this year on the balcony, as well as like a bunch of herbs. I want to start a herb garden. I would love to grow some herbs. It would be so much fun to like start having my own like basil and oregano and rosemary, and I make pizza from scratch. I would love to do that. It would be so much fun to put that like fresh stuff instead of buying it from the store. Somewhere around here, have a picture of a plant 2 to 2.5 growing out of a plastic cup. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm going to pee really quick, but I have a quick question for you for while I'm gone. Have you ever played with autoflowers? What are your thoughts on autoflowers? Or do you even know what autoflowers are? I feel like you probably do. Soon, honey. few minutes, okay? Sorry about that. Tissue culture will clone an autoflower. I don't care for autoflowers. Cloning isn't viable, technically possible, but a massive can of worms. I feel like putting a plan on a schedule gains me nothing but loses a lot. I agree. You grow mushrooms as well. That's fun. Yeah, autoflowers I'm not too keen on. Autoflowers are cool for like if you got a little bit of space in the back, like, and you just want to throw like an extra plant in a solo cup. Like an autoflower is like good for that. So these guys aren't here. I gotta go back to kill them. I guess they're only on the other side. Do you grow any other plants besides cannabis? I actually have an avocado that I grew from seed, and it's sort of bonsai'd, and I really like it. Like I love growing plants. I love plants so much. It's just fun to just garden. It's fun to just create life and sustain it, just from nothing. I think it's so much. It's so rewarding. It's so much fun. You know mushrooms quite well. They are either extremely simple to grow or completely impossible. Depends on the person's attention to detail. Fair. You're talking about like psilocybin cubensis? Is that what you mean? I keep finding treasure chests, and all I want is a freaking harpies. I don't want these stupid chests that I keep... Ooh, copper bombs. That I can do. That one we'll keep. We'll throw this one out because I can actually make copper bombs with engineering. So I can see what are these boxes? What do these freaking boxes do? 12 copper bombs. So I think I can make that eventually. Rough copper bomb. Is that these? Rough copper bomb? Yes! We can make 12 right here. So I can make 6. We can do it. Sick. Awesome possum. Sugars and grossum. Fun kind of mushrooms. Fair. Do you know about Paul Stamets? Is that his name? Ooh, our pet leveled up. I still have 60 spore prints in a freezer and a pile of syringes. Man, that's so sick. May I ask where you live? Like, you're in the States, right? Or did you say Michigan? Am I crazy? Did you say Michigan? Or no? Thank you, man. I'm curious to see it. That's awesome. I appreciate that. You know, I struggle with this. Like, I it's sort of hard to walk the line of like, oh, another chest. My God. Of like talking about like whatever, and then also alienating people. I don't want to like I don't want people to be drawn away because of whatever we're chatting about. But at the same time, I don't want to have to like limit what we talk about at the same time. You know, I just want to try to walk a line where we could talk about whatever, and also people are respected. Well, that might be it for us today, boys. I was just waiting for her to come in before we called it, but it looks like she just got home. So it's a plant from 2001. Can't spell my full state name. I didn't grow up here. Massachusetts. Very nice. 2021, so long gone. Damn, sorry to hear that. Okay. So, friends, are you in a rush now? Okay, guys. If there's anyone still watching after that whole ramble, I'd like to thank you guys for today. It was a lot of fun. I'll try to watch the topics moving forward. I apologize if we went off the rails a little bit. I'll be more mindful of that moving forward. It is sort of impromptu, so sometimes it does happen unintentionally. I'll try to be more mindful, though. You know, I'm still new to this, so I got to be a little bit careful. But if you're willing to like it or subscribe or share or follow on Twitch, whatever you're willing to do to support. Never any pressure, but anything anyone ever does is always sincerely appreciated. We do have a Discord if you want to join. Anyone's welcome to join. But next stream is scheduled for Sunday. But I'll let you guys know in the Discord if we end up doing something a little bit sooner. Like if we do Molten Core Trash Farming, we might stream on Saturday. But I sincerely appreciate everyone that was here, that tolerated some of these shenanigans, these stupid conversations, me talking out of my ass. Thank you for tolerating me. Thank you for your patience while I figure all this out. And if I don't chat with you guys in the Discord sooner, I'll see you guys Sunday or Saturday. We'll figure it out. But thank you again. Stand on head. It's always great chatting with you. Maybe we can keep this conversation going in Discord. Have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you before then. Be safe. And yeah, you guys, just thanks. Thanks for being here today. We'll chat soon. And knowing that I'm out. See you guys.